Alright, hello everyone, welcome. This is so annoying right now. It's so loud right next to me. Alright, hello everyone, welcome. So we're back with some more Guild Wars 1. Did the screen just change color? That was really weird. Was that just me? It looked like, oh, because I think I was under effects of a beer. That's what it was. I drank some of the beer. I was trying to do like inventory management earlier, just kind of move some stuff around. I didn't do much, as you guys can tell. Why do I have the lunar tokens on me? I don't even know. But hello everyone. We're gonna be doing some more Eye of the North, but it's not gonna be dungeons yet. So like I said, I do want to do dungeons. That's definitely gonna happen, but I want to kind of get ready first, right? So in order to get our group, like, we still have to level some of our pets, or some of our pets are still low level and stuff, so I don't want to go into dungeons like that. But we did really well in the one dungeon that the trial dungeon that we did. I took that with me, but today what I would like to do is, I kind of talked about this before, I want to tackle the title track abilities. There's so many really cool ones that we could get, that I kind of want to get. So I want to get like as many as I can. There's gonna be some that are kind of annoying to get, I feel like, so we're probably not gonna worry about that. But yeah, there's some really cool stuff. So we have the assassin support. We're already taking that with us, and we did the Light of Deldrimor, which again, that's gonna be a good dungeon thing. We're gonna definitely take that in dungeon, but I don't really want to. If this attack hits, if that target posts correct armor, so it begins bleeding. I think I'm gonna take that instead. We kind of moved some stuff around, right? So I do bleeding on here, and I do bleeding on here as well. That's fine. I mean, I can do a lot of bleeding. I don't care. You know, we're dealing with a lot of conditions. I'm trying to figure out, like, if there's another condition or something that I could put into. Depends on that ally. That's still a really good one. I was thinking something over here, right? You gain a random business every time you earn experience from killing an enemy. The thing is, with that in mind, I don't know the actual, and I don't know how to spell superiority, but I think oh god, okay, I need to put Guild Wars 2 because they're giving, or Guild Wars, not Guild Wars 2. Okay, so all conditions removed from self, 30% chance, double experience gain, healed for 50 health, gain 5 energy, recharge all skills. That's actually really good. I think for like whatever, I think I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna kind of hang out with that. I'm gonna kind of put that in the front, and we'll pop that whenever we can. And we'll just kind of, we don't have an elite skill. That kind of sucks. That sucks really bad. So I think I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna give ourselves an elite skill. What was I using? I don't remember. I don't remember. What do I have? I have command at 9. I had something. I had something. What did I have? Focused anger? No. Soldier's fury. No, I changed it to. Didn't I change it to something else? I think I did like a stunning thing or something. If it this ever remembered in that foe's cruel spear, non-moving target inflicts deep wound. Soldier's fury. Maybe gain more adrenaline, but you have negative command. I might take cruel spear. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. It's fine. It'll be okay. Cracked armor, deep wound. Bleeding. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine, guys. We're just fine. All right. Bottom right piece. I'm gonna keep these. I don't know if this is gonna come into play at all. I do want to kind of see what we can do with that dungeon guide. Like I said, we did do the Heart of the Shiver Peaks, and the Catacombs of Cathandrax. Was the trial one that we did the other day. But what are we doing today? We want to get some skills. So I think what I'm gonna start with is I'm gonna start with the Vanguard one. So that's a really cool because there's this like whole story that happens after the main game, after the main expansion, Eye of the North ends, where we I think more so with the Ebon Vanguard than with the other races and other cultures and whatever, right? Um, like the Asura, for example, you do get some other missions that you can, like other quests you can do, but most of the skills and stuff come from like Polymach, right? So that's kind of like a mini game. You go around, you play the mini game, you do it, whatever, cool. We're gonna be doing Polymach as well. I do want to tackle that today. But then you have like the Norn, and the Norn have like certain like, oh yeah, visit the shrines in order to get some of the skills and stuff. And I don't think there's like a real storyline there, but like the Ebon Vanguard has like an actual like storyline, which is kind of cool because there's like some characters we haven't met yet. There's some interesting insights into like some of the stuff that's going on with Ascalon and stuff like that, which, you know, obviously, um, with the whole journey of Guild Wars we have done so far, right? Like Ascalon is still like the OG area, right? I think like a lot of people still consider Ascalon like, I don't know. I always had this feeling of like I was an Ascalonian. Like even playing this character that's clearly from Ilona, right? That's like clearly like a Paragon, a Sunspear from Ilona. You know, like I still have this whole like, man, I feel like a um I feel like an Ascalonian somehow at heart, you know? So, I was also thinking about like changing up, like maybe not even, I don't know. I kind of wanted to do something, but I don't think I'm gonna do that on this character. I wanted to try something like different, but that's okay. We're not gonna do that. I don't want to get too deep into this. I didn't change the team at all. So we still have the same team. I think Livia's doing pretty good with her healing. I do like this combo. It's very expensive with recuperation. We might have to look at that. Because didn't she have like energy management issues? So recuperation might not be. The thing is, non-spirit allies. It was super nice because that really does help us with the pets and stuff. But I don't know if there's something else. Conditions and allies with it is by 44% faster. We don't have anything to remove conditions. I think that was another issue that we had. Right? Do we have? He's our healer. Skills, healed, +3 health, because we replied every time. So this is enchantment. Yeah, there's no. So I might take what a rejuvenation for. The spirit heals all party members. So this is not for. Build crafting is so fun in this game. There's so many like fun little things you can do. All shouts and chants you use last longer. Like this one was really cool. This one's kind of cool to use on someone that's like a Paragon. But Paragon Ritualist is like such a weird combo. But I feel like that's not really something like we see, right? But if we can have conditions, so we save her 10 energy here, and we have the conditions on allies expire 44% faster. So that's kind of nice. We're going to try that out. She was having some energy management issues, and I don't think she was using the Signet a lot. You know, I like that preservation is only 5, but still, it kind of, it wasn't that great. I'm going to be honest with you guys. So, but yeah, we're going to jump in. I don't know exactly. Do we have, yeah, so we still have the tournament thing. I haven't done that. As you guys can see, there's a lot of fun stuff that you can get out of this. I will probably tackle that at some point. Not right now. I think the thing is with that is that I want to get more of these PvE skills. If I have a more, a bigger variety of skills, specifically like PvE skills and stuff, for my character, I think I'll be doing better on someone said sup and they like left. I don't know where they went, but I think that'll do better. But I'm gonna go out here. So let's review what happened with the Ebon Vanguard, right? So we know the Ebon Vanguard were sent here from Ascalon to kind of stop, like to kind of flank the forces, right? Because when we look at the map, the Char forces are moving right across these mountains here, and they're going into Ascalon, right? Attacking from the north, right? We know that the Flame Corridor is up here, where there's like a large presence of Flame Legion up here, right? Like, they have all these camps set up over here. This is where the invasion force was, like up here in the north, you know. So you know, and they're attacking Ascalon from like, you know, from the like coming across through the mountains, right? Kind of like doing that. The thing is that they sent the Ebon Vanguard out here. It's to the eye of the north to kind of flank them from Long Eye's Ledge and kind of do like these little almost like guerrilla tactics where they like kind of like do these little attacks and then kind of go back into hiding and just kind of like cripple, you know, kind of even going behind the enemy lines, kind of and attacking them that way. But then Langmar and her group were captured right over here in this battlefield, and they were taken like not to this prisoner camp, but then to the prisoner camp, to the actual Hierophant's stronghold, right? That where the destroyers were and all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. So we did all that whole storyline, but then we freed all of the Ebon Vanguard. But now they have their own mission of still crippling the Char. Oh, and I just changed. And so I think, yeah, so Captain Langmar is out here. I will remind you guys, we recently met a character named Vale, and I don't see him popping up, okay? But we have Sergeant Weststar, Chance Redding, Jen Valefield, and Brave Brent Poltroon. Okay, these are characters that are going to become important. Captain Langmar is right here. She's the leading head of the Ebon Vanguard in the north. In like the Ebon Vanguard, right? Like Gwen was in charge after Langmar was captured, but now that Langmar is back, she's back in charge, and Gwen is with us anyways. So, but yeah, our pets are looking pretty good. We have a huge. I love that they like don't sit still. They like move around nonstop. It's always something going on in the group. Really funny. So let's see what we. I think there might be some dialogue that pops up. I'm gonna kind of leave my friends here because I feel like they're just gonna get in the way. And let's see if there's some dialogue that pops up here. I think there's some dialogue that happens. So let's see if we can't make this happen. So Sergeant Weststar. At attention troops, intelligence reports that Rake Blazeclaw, one of the Char's leaders, has been sighted fleeing to the southeast and attempting to rally Char forces there. This is our opportunity to strike. Removing Blazeclaw from the equation presents us with one less formidable foe, while sowing further confusion within the Char ranks. Chance, you will be on point for this mission. We will be counting on your blade to see us through when we catch up with Blazeclaw. I already have the perfect plan. Find the Char and then stab him. So that's what Chance is saying, even though he has a hammer, which is interesting. Chance, the gods favor some with brains and brawn. You're not one of those, so blessed. Planning will be handled by our tactical officer, Jen Valefield. And he says, undoubtedly, this will be no simple pursuit. The Char will have traps waiting for us. Another reason to have Jen in the company. She's disarmingly attempt at disabling traps. And Jen says, that's still funny, sir. And then he continues, lastly, on rear guard, we have Brent Poltroon. He is here because I have no other men at my disposal. And he's called Brave Brent Poltroon. How many times do I gotta tell you? It's Brave Brent Poltroon. I mean, ready to guard your rear, sir. Ready to guard your rear, sir. And Sergeant Weststar says, yes, well, be that as it may, please try not to abandon our unit and run away this time. So he calls himself brave, but apparently there's some underlying issues where he's not that brave, and he, it sounds like he's been kind of, oh, they're blocking them from walking in, so we're gonna kind of let them go in there. And then Brave Poltroon says, Brave Brent Poltroon says, the rear guard is the most dangerous task. They always take out the guy in the back first. You said that's why you put me there. And Sergeant Weststar said, I said no such thing. Everyone, make yourselves ready. This will be our last chance to gather what supplies we can before setting out off in pursuit. Move out. So, trying to kind of, like, you know, Sergeant Westar was trying to be like a little like sly with all that and being like, yeah, they take out the guy at the back first, meaning that like, you know, you don't want your important people to be in the back, right? So they're kind of, but Brent is kind of like not the smartest guy, so he's taking that as like, oh, this is an important position because that's where you have to defend, right? And it's really like, it's not like that at all. So really funny. Love that for us. So we have that. I don't know if that ties into what Langmar has for us.
What
but,
news?
So as you guys can see like we have like, there's a lot of things going on, right? Like there's a lot of like stuff that we can do here. So I appreciate Gwen convincing you to rescue our forces, but let's not make a national holiday out of it. We're hoping she's like a total like badass. She's a total hard ass. Like she's like this like all business, no fun kind of person, you know? We're hoping to take advantage of the chaos we've sown in the Char forces. If you find any Char battle plans, tell me immediately. We can decode them, and I don't think I have any on me, but I think they might be dropping after, so we're gonna see Char forces dropping these battle plans, and we're gonna need them. I think there's 3 different ones that we need to like kind of like bring to her. Tell me immediately. We can decode them. We have to decode them to figure out their next moves. So tell me about the battle plans. The Char leaders often send runners to the front lines to communicate their battle plans with field commanders. These messages are encoded, but thanks to the diligent work of Artificer Mullinix, so this is the guy, if you guys remember, he's the guy in Eye of the North that we kind of talked to, who we helped kind of defend the Eye of the North while the troops were absent. So that's that guy. We've cracked 3 of their major encoding techniques. If you ever find any encoded battle, so that's what I was thinking, 3, because I think there's like 3 separate ones, and we have to use like the encoding techniques, like 3 of them, to figure out what's going on. If you ever find any encoded Char battle plans, bring them to me and get a decoder. We'll figure out what those beasts are up to and put a stop to it. Okay. I need a decoder, so you can actually get a decoder, and then we get this really cool. Like, I love this, right? So these are the like, this is the Char, and then this is the Ascalonian, and so like, based on like what the symbols are, I guess you can like decode it, right? But it's this whole like cool like little like thing that they have. I really love this. So we have a decoder on us. We can decode these if we need to. But then we have some other messages as well. Anton, I guess. It is good to find you well, Spearmaster Raleigh. I have a task for you. I have sent Scout Winslow on a sensitive reconnaissance mission, but he has failed to return. I sent Anton, one of my best soldiers, to find him. He has not returned either. I trust my men. I do not let trust blind me to reality. Something has happened and I need you to investigate. Okay, well, since you asked so nicely, right? She's like very like just straight to the point. All right. So failure to communicate is the first step, and I think it's like a whole quest chain that we have to do. So we have to go back to almost a prison camp, and we're gonna venture there now, and we're gonna find out what's going on. So she sent Scout Winslow ahead to what did she say? On sensitive reconnaissance mission, but he hasn't returned. And then she sent Anton, one of my best soldiers, to find him, and he also hasn't returned. So that is very, very interesting, and potentially not so interesting. I'm gonna move this to the front because I'm gonna be using this a lot. I think I'm gonna turn this Are they not like, what's going on? Why are we not killing this guy? Why are we not doing damage? I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I've been playing a lot on my main character, which is a Mesmer. On a fully decked out team of Mesmers, and they just obliterate these enemies. I mean, even in hard mode, not as much, but still in hard mode they do, and it's crazy because it is so different to this team. This team is just like it's not strong. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This is not a meta build. This is not like anything where it's like, oh my god, I want to do that. It's a fun build. We have fun with this, right? That's all that is. All right. I'm gonna open the map so I can see what I'm doing. There's always big Char patrols here. I gotta be careful. I try to vanquish this area. For those of you that don't know what vanquishing is, so Guild Wars 1 is a kind of like Guild Wars 2 in a sense too, but they have different areas, right? And you have in Guild Wars 1 though, because it is all instanced and it's, you know, based on who's in your party. Anytime you enter an instance, there's a set amount of enemies on each field that you have. And if you go into hard mode, which is like the harder version of the game, you can vanquish the area by defeating every enemy in the area, right? And there are certain areas that have hundreds of enemies. Like this is one of them. This area has like 400 enemies in them or something. And you go around and you have to kill every single enemy on the map, and then you get like this golden icon that there's like these icons on the different areas. And if you vanquish every enemy in an area, you get this golden icon. And if you vanquish everyone in a region, in like, you know, in the way that we have, like, you know, if you do Eye of the North, if you do like, you know, CORSAIR, or if you do like Ilona or Cantha or something, you get like a trophy at the end of it, right? Which you can put in your Hall of Monuments, and it's all like great, awesome, cool, whatever, blah blah blah, right? But that's kind of like something that you can do for sure, and that's something that people do to this day. It's still very difficult. It's very difficult content. I love how my mouse. Did you guys see that? How it was like the little pickup little thing? Like a little pickup thing, and it happens all the time now. But yeah, so that is still like the main thing that people do. Obviously people want to get stuff nowadays. People want to, you know, nowadays it's Guild Wars 2 players coming into Guild Wars 1 because they want to try it out, and they want to get their Hall of Monuments stuff, you know. And it's just really interesting to me to see like all these posts. There was a post on Reddit the other day where people were talking about, hey, you know, while you're waiting on Guild Wars 2 content, like, play Guild Wars 1. The whole collection is only $10. And that just ran out, like, the other day, that promo or whatever. And it's just kind of cool because I kind of love the idea of... Ooh, we have a boss here, Thunderball. Let's go for that guy, actually. For the Queen, she's the healer in the group. So we want to definitely... Why is that Moa not attacking anymore? We're doing pretty good right now, actually. I mean, some of the lower level pets are dying, but again, that's fine. They can die. I don't think we have recovery. The recovery spirit is doing pretty good too, I think. Conditions running out really quickly is kind of nice, because I think the Char specifically, they have a lot of burning on them, and we're probably gonna see a lot of conditions. I think they went when they moved from, like, I want to say that as Guild Wars 2 progressed, or I'm sorry, as Guild Wars 1 progressed through its different iterations of like campaigns and stuff like that, I want to say they kind of moved away. Like early on, when you look at prophecies and stuff like that, conditions aren't very heavy. What is very heavy is does she have the Strider? Who has the Strider? No, that's Gwen's pet. Revive your pet, Gwen. Dumb. Yeah, dumb. Yeah, dumb. Revive your pet, you dumb. But they, I think, and I could be wrong on, I don't know, but it feels, the way that I have it in my memory and the way that it feels is like back during the Guild Wars Prophecies days, right? Like and even now in Guild Wars Prophecies specifically, I think a lot of enemies focus more on hexes, right? There's a lot of hexes, a lot of like mesmer hexes, a lot of even like necro hexes and stuff like that, and not so much conditions. You do see some conditions, but there's not that much burning really. There's some elementalists that you face that have burning, but there's not, like, the team setups were kind of different, it feels like, because I think the team setups in Guild Wars 1 were kind of like more divided, where they were like, they're trying to cover as many different things as they can, and like I said, most of the things were hexes. I feel like once you go, like, when you go through like Kryta, for example, there's a lot of like there's a lot of like the what are they called? The gargoyles, the murgoyles. The murgoyles are like mesmers, and they use like a ton of hexes, right? Like illusion magic, like they're illusion magic mesmers, which illusion magic has a ton of hexes. You know, like when you go through and you kind of look at like, yeah, illusion magic. So there's a hex here, like you can see this based on the like little arrow. Like I said, the little arrow downward is a hex, right? So as you can see, even our Gwen, she's like a hexes, right? Like Conjure Phantasm was a big one in Guild Wars prophecies. Like every mesmer had this Conjure Phantasm like hex. So but then I think as it progressed, it went more towards conditions, where I think Eye of the North kind of went away from doing all of these. Like hexes aren't as common now. They still occur, you know, but I think a lot of the conditions now, because you face destroyers, which are fire based. You have the Char, which are Flame Legion based, and you know, that's where the fire magic kind of comes from. So there's a lot of more fire and conditions like cripple and like those types of things, like disease and poison and that type of stuff. So I think that's kind of the progression that we see there. So all right, so there's Anton. We heard that he was missing, so we don't really know what's going on, but he was the character, just so you guys know. Silence, you move with all the grace of a one-legged moa. Do you want to give us away?
What news?
So he's an assassin. Ah, I see. Captain Langmar sent you to bring back my body, no doubt. Her concern touches me like a dagger, but I'm more than capable to handle the situation. However, you're here now. Tell me, do you know why assassins wield 2 blades? Because we only have 2 hands. I'll not turn away extra sets of hands, no matter the source. Let us find Scout Winslow, but tread carefully. Okay. So Anton is the best soldier. He was there during the. I really love his back piece with the three knives in there, or 3 swords, not knives, but he has these cool daggers, and he's an assassin. And he was there during the epilogue of Eye of the North when we kind of finished the story last time. The thing is, I didn't want to talk to him because we hadn't encountered him yet, right? So, but here he is. So he's going to be part of our group for a little bit. He's an ally now. And he has to find Scout Winslow. Remember, we destroyed this tower here. It's still sitting here on fire. I love that. It's going to be forevermore that it just sits here on fire. So it's kind of cool. But yeah, so Anton is here, and he says that he has this like weird like line where he says like, do you know why they only have 2 blades? It's because we only have 2 hands. So there's a warthog there. Scout, you don't want to eat me. I'm hallucinogenic, like a toad. Oh, like a hallucinogenic. I can't even say it. I won't tell you. Wait, ouch, uncle. What did you do? Uncle? What he's called for his uncle is really funny. But yeah, so he's kind of like trying not to get eaten by them. I'm too young to die. Too young, attractive, and modest. Uh-huh, sure. You sure sound modest, sir. I don't know why there's warthogs in there with them. Are they like... I think that's like... I think what they're trying to represent there is that their dinner, like their food stores are in here, right? Like... So they're kind of like, okay, he's just another thing. But we have Grawl here as well. Not sure why there's Grawl here, but let's fight this group right here with Chelsea Flame Shielder, who is a monk, and we don't like monks. We don't like monks because they heal, and we don't want anyone to heal anything. Oh my God, that's a meteor shower. That's not good at all. That's gonna knock us down and interrupt us and do all the bad things. Anton is dead. Does that matter? I don't think that matters. My God, please, everyone, focus on the one guy in the freaking... Yes, there you go. Lovely. And then now the other healer, please. Gwen died, but that's okay. She'll come right back. I did like, remember how I kind of talked about a little bit about air magic, and like I have Beck right with me, and I kind of did that on my main character, and I actually like it a lot. Like they do some really, like, air magic in Guild Wars 1 is really strong. Like there's a lot of really good stuff. Wow, he was revived. The boss was revived by someone. Oh my god, that's not good. And we're like, not all of our pets are slowly dying, so that's not good. Okay, Avenger, let's, no, interrupt him. He's the one reviving people. Get him done. Get him down and done, and now. Okay, perfect. Now we should be okay now. Yeah, we should be fine. No, wait, what? Stop resurrecting people. Like, what the hell? Since when do they do that? Oh my god. They keep resurrecting each other. Stop that. Oh no, Ember died. No! Ember! Come back to me! Go, pet army! Attack! Some of them are dead, but that's okay. We'll revive them. Alright, cool. Holy crap, they were reviving each other. I'm like, why is this taking so long? Really annoying. Help! Help me! I have a wife and kids and a pet! I wonder what his pet is. Gwen. How long do I have to stand here for Gwen? We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for Gwen to learn her lesson that she needs to revive her pet. There it is. Like, why? Alright, uncle. I love how he screams for his uncle. Kind of weird, but... Alright, go, go, go. Oh, there's the, let's get that guy. Get the prophet. He's the healer. We don't want him to do anything. Perfect. Interrupt that meteor shower, please. We don't need meteor showers on us. Firestorms are bad enough. Meteor showers are not good. Oh my god, they're reviving each other. Stop it. Get that Dominator. Hi Jacob, how are ya? Okay, so Winslow says, thank you, I thought I was doomed. And Anton says, pull yourself together, man. Are you a soldier or a Murgoyle frolicking in high tide? Wow, speaking of, look, warthogs in cages. So there he is. And he says, sir, a soldier, sir. Yes, sir, a soldier. Then tell us what you learned, Scout. Okay. Yes, sir. Your lead was solid, sir. Before I was captured, I heard one of the char mention Rend Rage Mauler. It appears he has been recalled to counteract the recent losses. And Anton says, so he's here, finally, after all these years. Quickly, tell me about the char that spoke of Rend Rage Mauler. That's all I know, sir. I was captured before I had a chance to get in closer. Useless. You would better serve the Vanguard as a pastry chef. Very well. I shall simply have to rip out the tongues of every char I find until one flaps loose with the information. You, Spearmaster Raleigh, inform Captain Langmar that I am proceeding on ahead. I have business with Rage Mauler. Why are these guys in here? Still want to know that. Like, these guys hanging out in here? Is there something that I can, like, do? Let's see if there's, like, a quest. Is there a quest or something? Okay, let's free these guys and see if they say anything. All right. So, Anton was very pressed on, like, he heard that name, Rend Rage Mauler, and he was like, okay, target acquired. I'm gonna go. He's like, phew. So is it just his assassin style of living? Or is there more to this story, right? Is there more to the story where he's doing this on purpose? Why are the Grawl friendly in here? Like, why are they even in here? Is it just, like, for flair? Or is there's probably some kind of mission that... Hello. Can't talk to these yet. No? Okay. No talkie to the Grawl. It's fine. All right. So Langmar, I think I can just. Oh, was that bad? I think I can just still do that, right? Yeah. So I just gotta go talk to Langmar. All right. So Anton runs off, and he's like, "I'm gonna find out where this Rend Rage Mauler is." And whoa, yeah, there's been. Okay, I will tell you guys. So as you guys know, I live right by like a train station, and like, you know, it's not as bad as it sounds. Like it's like it's not like an actual like passenger trains, but they're like they transport like materials and whatever, blah blah blah. But they've been coming through today a lot, like all day long. I'm like, what has been happening? Like they're usually not like that. It's usually not like that at all. Anyways, so Captain Langmar. All right, let's let her know. My men are alive and well. That is welcome news. We can ill afford to lose any men at this point, at this important juncture, she calls it. Thank you for your report. You shall be justly compensated for your efforts. I'm concerned, though, that Anton did not return with you. You say he mentioned Renda Rage Mauler? He and I shall talk of this when he returns. You're fine? Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. So we get some experience points and some reputation points. So, but then it continues on. So we have actually a chain that we're doing here, right? So, so the next, we still have this smell of Titan in the morning. I'm going to do that at some point, not right now, but the imploding past. Anton went to the Char for information. He always was a strange individual. Claims he was imprisoned in Sirmia and only escaped when the city fell. Still, he has served the Ebon Vanguard well. Whenever the issue of Rend Rage Mauler comes up, he withdraws. He loses focus on everything except revenge. I do not know the details, but can guess that this Rage Mauler took something precious from him. His obsession will kill him if he cannot temper it with common sense. Go, find Anton, help him work through this rage with the Char. See that he returns to us in one piece. We cannot afford to lose such a skilled fighter. And we had 10,000 experience points. And so now we have to go. So you went to the Dalada Uplands. Captain Langmar is Abaddon of the Skies. Wow. Talk about a theory. Holy crap. What? Okay, so support that theory. As always, you can't just like put a theory out there. You have to support it. What's your support behind it? Why do you say that? Hi, Emily. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing well today. I had a lazy day. I was very
something meat.
Just tired from work, you know. So I kind of just lazed about, but I did start working on a new video today, so that's always fun. I got the audio done of a new video, which I had to re-record 3 times because I wasn't happy with the first 2 times. So, but I started working on that, which is super exciting. So I did post about that in the Discord. So, oh, you read the message. Saw that. You saw that. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for it. I know that a lot of people were not super excited about the content release we just had. The thing is that I think a lot of people, and I've been thinking about this, and I don't know if I've mentioned this, but I was kind of thinking about the whole Repentance release, right? And a lot of people, and I kind of mentioned that in the video as well, is like, you know, all of this kind of deals with things in the past, right? Like it talks about like, you know, the memories of Maban. It talks about the memories of, you know, like the final days of the Mersat and Bavanissos, and like how it was when like the door of Kamali opened and the Titans invaded and all these things, right? Like they talk about all of these different things, but none of the things in the story of Repentance talks about current events. And I think a lot of people were kind of thrown off by that a little bit, because the people that care about the story have been involved in the story for a long time, and they know the history on a lot of things. But I think ArenaNet was trying to kind of do, because, you know, when we talk about the Seers and the Mersat and stuff, like, if you didn't play Guild Wars 1, you don't know anything about them. You know what I mean? Like, when we talk about something like Spectral Agony, or we talk about something like the White Mantle or Sol D'Alessio or any of these things, for us Guild Wars 1 players, it has a different meaning than to the Guild Wars 2 players. The Guild Wars 2 players, many of them that didn't play Guild Wars 1, they don't know anything about the Mersat. They're kind of just like, oh, Mersat, okay, they were like these spellcasters or whatever, like, and they just, the White Mantle followed them, right? but they don't understand how like deep the story really goes. And I think with this latest patch, before we like go into like some kind of resolution of this, ArenaNet wanted to kind of show people like, hey, the like kind of explain a little bit about the things that were going on. I think this will. Any fun plans for your birthday? I don't have any fun plans. I have to work on my birthday. So I will be streaming. I'm thinking I'm streaming. I think I'm gonna be streaming Wednesday night, into my birthday. But then I gotta work, Thursday morning. So I might stream Thursday night. It kind of depends on like how work goes, I suppose. So I might stream Thursday night for my birthday. If I'm streaming Thursday night, you already know what I'm gonna be streaming. I didn't stream it last year, but I'm definitely gonna stream it this year. And I might see if there's something, if I can do like a little twist on it. But birthday stream, yeah, so I might do a birthday stream on Wednesday night and kind of go into my birthday with the stream. I think that's probably the best way to do it. We don't know shit about Sears. I mean, we learned plenty. I think we learned plenty. Like we learned, you know, about Yagan, right? How she was like this rival in a way to Iskarin. We learned, no, Yagan was a Mersad. What am I talking about? So I guess you're right. You know what? You know what? Yeah, now that I think about it, we didn't learn a lot about the Sears. We still didn't learn a lot. We learned about how that Yagan killed Sidoni or Sidoni. Sidoni? But other than that, we didn't really learn anything about the Sears. You're right. I will agree on that. You know what? Now that I actually got my brain working. It's like they gave me a headache thinking about that. Alright, so we gotta find Anton. He's somewhere over, he's right over there. But I do want to get this thing here. But, you know, again, that's kind of nice if we don't know anything about the Seers, because we're focusing on Mersad, right? This is not a Seer thing. I think the patch was good. I think the patch was really good. I did watch a little bit of Wooden Potatoes' playthrough of it, specifically the very end of it, because I kind of wanted to like hear his thoughts on some of the things. And I think he had a good point. I think he had a good point where he said that he's like, well, you know, they have been telling us that the patches are going to be smaller. They told us that these expansions aren't going to be these massive stories that they're telling anymore. You know, they're not doing the big stories anymore, like End of Dragons and like, you know, the whole Elder Dragon thing and whatever, you know, they're kind of doing smaller things. And this was kind of like this intermittent patch that kind of leads up to like a finale of some sorts, you know. So I like agree with him. I'm like, yeah, you know what, that's right. And I still found a lot of really interesting things. I mean, like, I'm working on, or I want to do at least 2 videos on Repentance alone, and I think Godspawn at all didn't. I don't think I made any videos on Godspawn. So I like this patch a lot more because I feel like now there's something to talk about. With Godspawn, there wasn't like really anything to talk about. But you know, as always, I want to make the videos because I want to kind of hype the people up a little bit more about the content that we did get, because I think there's a lot of things that people are kind of missing. So yeah, see, with the next expansion, the next expansion being delayed, that was something that I'm really like, I'm torn in a lot of different ways. I've seen a lot of different opinions on it. I've seen a lot of different people talk about it. And I've seen a lot of different points of views, because I will say that the Guild Wars community seems really divided over that decision. A lot of people, like, there was like almost like 3-4 different opinions that I saw like kind of evenly divided, right? There was these overly negative people, which, and I'm not saying that in like a bad light, right? But I'm saying like there was a bunch of overly negative people that said, you know, they put the cadence, and they're already delivering way less content than they were during season 3, season 4, Path of Fire, Heart of Thorns, all of this stuff. And these patches are already lackluster, and then they're already now, these expansions are already much smaller, and they cost as much as a full-on like End of Dragons expansion, but you're delivering way less, and then now you're taking even longer to make them. I get the points, right? I see where people are coming from. Like, I don't know if I agree with any single point of view, because I see all the different points. So you have those overly negative people, which I like I said, I see it. I totally get it. I understand. It's like, we're already down to, like, from the big expansions, we're down to the I love that she's like dancing right now. It's really funny. We're already kind of down from that, right? We're already down from the big expansions, from the big stories, from these like huge, twists and turns and characters and animations and cinematics and all of these things, right? Like, everything has kind of like shrunken down in size, and then now you're taking even longer to release them, right? So I kind of see that. I can kind of see that. But then they were, and this is really cool, and I did want to talk about that, and I'm glad it was brought up, but I learned a new term today. I'd never heard this term in my life before, and I kind of love that this was applied to the Guild Wars community, because I kind of feel like this fits a certain group of the Guild Wars community. And so a lot of people, and I saw like 2 or 3 comments on this Reddit post, but they were calling the people, they were saying that this is the toxic positivity. I'd never heard it like phrased like that, and I was like, huh, okay, that's a term, and that makes sense, right? So you have these overly positive people, and people are calling that toxic positivity, because they're doing it in a way, they're being positive in a way that they're shooting down everyone else and saying like, you're all wrong and this is a good thing, right? People were saying, there was people that were like, I'm happy about this, that means that the next content release is going to be really, really good. It means that they're going to be like refining everything. They're doing this, because like, they've learned from Secrets of the Obscure, from Jantia Wilds, and they just want this next expansion to be really, really good. And so they want to take another extra 2 months to like refine everything and make it like really good, right? So you have these so overly positive people, you have these overly negative people, and then you have the people that are like more analytical about all of these things, right? That are kind of like that, and I kind of fall into that, where they're like middle of the road, right? Like, where they kind of see the different perspectives of both sides, where they say, well, and I feel like even that group was divided in two, because there was one group of people that were more on the negative side, where they were saying, well, this is just showing that, they were theorizing on this, but they were showing that, hey, ArenaNet is taking from the resources from Guild Wars 2 even more to work on this unannounced project that they've been working on for 2 years. At least we've kind of known about this project for 2 years now. And that just means we're getting the same crap that we've been getting for the last 2 years, but it's now taking longer for them to bring it out. And nothing is going to get improved. It's just because they have even less resources to work with, like people to work with, because more people are getting moved to this new project, because they're putting that in, like, this is the main thing that they're working on, but they are not telling us about any of this, so we don't know this is happening, but this is definitely happening, right? But then there were the people that kind of said, hey, we have, like, the resources are being moved over, so they just want to take the resources that they want to take the resources that we have right now, and they want to kind of shift it and like still make it better, but because they have these limited resources, and more of them are being taken perhaps, but they just made the decision of like, hey, we do want these to be really good, so we want to take more time, because we are so strained on resources or whatever, right? Like, I see all of the points. I see all of the things. The thing is, and here's my opinion on all of this, right? And I'm overly negative. I mean, I see it. I understand it. I understand where you're coming from. I understand the frustrations, like I said. My point of view, and this is what dear players and viewers and people that are perhaps listening to this or whatever, my thing is that to have any conclusive opinion, and that's the thing, we don't have enough information, right? We don't know what ArenaNet is working on in the background. We don't know how much of their resources is being pulled towards this project. We don't know really the internal workings of ArenaNet well enough to understand, like to come to a conclusive thing. Like, I understand everyone's feelings and I understand the frustrations because we all love the franchise. We love Guild Wars 2. We love Guild Wars 1. We love the franchise. We love the lore. We love the world. We love the characters, for the most part, right? Like, overall, I think we all, otherwise we wouldn't be here, right? Otherwise we wouldn't be having these discussions. Otherwise we wouldn't be so passionate about it, right? It's because we like this. We have fun with this. We love this, right? And, but the problem, I think, really is that we just don't have enough information to really sit down and say, yeah, this is what's going on, right? And that's what's kind of, I think that's what kind of throws a wrench into, it's kind of like we get mad at each other rather than, because we have nothing to get mad at, right? We don't have a target to say, this is the culprit, or this is what's going on. Like, it's, is it NCSoft? Is it ArenaNet's mismanagement? Is it this third project that's, or this, this new project that's in the background that's taking all the resources? Like, we don't know where to project our anger, so we kind of project our anger against each other, and we're kind of like, you're wrong, no, you're wrong, no, you're wrong, and no one knows, and that's what drives me crazy. I hate not knowing, Yes, we love. Sadly, ArenaNet don't. But you don't know that though, right? Like you don't know that. You don't know that ArenaNet, like, it feels that way. I like I said, I understand where you're coming from, because it feels like ArenaNet doesn't give a shit, but it's maybe because ArenaNet's hands are tied. Maybe they're so much under pressure after all of the firings that they had with NCSoft, having all of these projects canceled, that this next project that they have, like, this might be their last chance. And NCSoft might be like, dude, you guys have to nail this next project, or this might be like the end, right? And you guys are not gonna get greenlit on any more projects, and you guys are gonna be stuck with Guild Wars 2 forever. And if you guys can't deliver on Guild Wars 2 content, we might shut that down completely too, right? Like, it might be that they have to put all of these resources into Guild Wars 3 or this other MMO or this other project or this whatever that they have working on, because that is their last chance, right? Like, that's what it feels like to me. It feels like this next project is ArenaNet's last chance to really show NCSoft, because I really think NCSoft has taken them, in and like kind of reeled them in a little bit and said, like, your leash is going to be a little bit shorter. Like, I think they're on a short leash with NCSoft, and I think that they really have to deliver a good product. And it's bittersweet, because what if it is Guild Wars 3 and they're trying to make Guild Wars 3 like the best thing ever, where it's taking the best parts of Guild Wars 2, the best parts of Guild Wars 1, and combining it into like the super mega awesome new game that has a brand new engine and a brand new story, and everything starts fresh, and we have all these really cool things and continuations of new of these stories that we've had for a long time, but like super hyper, like really good, like new game, right? Like, what if that's what's going on? Obviously, we could also go with the negative route, and we could say, well, yeah, they're assigning all these resources to this new project, but this new project is like some kind of weird Guild Wars mobile game or something that's gonna be like not, I mean, I don't know, it's Unreal Engine 5, so I doubt it's gonna be a mobile game, but it's maybe some kind of cash grab, where it's like, whatever, it's just kind of like, it's Guild Wars in name only, and it really doesn't take anything from the first game or second game, and it's just like whatever, and it completely like is going to be a complete failure, and that means they have wasted all these resources over the last 2 years. working on this project and it turns out to be total crap, right? Like, I see it, and I'm sorry that I don't have any answers for anyone, and your feelings are valid, and you know, I just don't know. And I'm in turmoil myself about all of these, you know. The action speaks louder than words, and we see action secrets of the obscurance and Janthier. And that's the thing, right? Like, it's like, yeah, I mean, you know, it's like, how much can they show us with the actions, right? Like, I don't know. I think ArenaNet is in a really tough spot right now, and I really hope that, like, I don't know, like, because the thing is, like, so here's my thought process on the short term, right? If I think about the short term situation of all of this, where did Anton go? Oh, he's still there. I was like, I thought he left for a second, but it's the green on green that gets me every time. The thing is, with ArenaNet, you know, if we have this, like, this is gonna create a content drought, and this is gonna be really crippling for my channel, and I can tell you that right now. This is gonna be extremely crippling for my channel, okay? Because I'm trying to grow the channel, and I'm trying to do all of these things with my channel, but the problem is that, like, if we have, you know, they're adding an extra 2 months to the 3 months already that we're waiting on the new expansion, okay? And that means it's a content drought. 5 months of no new content and maybe having news every, like, month. Maybe they drop, like, a blog post. If they do that at all, they probably won't. Like, let's be real. With both Janthier Wilds and Secrets of the Obscure, they didn't start advertising until 2 weeks before. Maybe a month before, if that, right? That means that for probably at least 4 months, we won't get anything. We won't get anything. There won't be anything Guild Wars related that's going to come out in the news, okay? That's crippling for my channel, right? My channel is already tiny enough as is. I'm having a hard enough time to grow the channel, and this is going to be really crippling for me, right? So I'm going to have to, like, you know, my views are going to dip, because, you know, mind you, that's in the middle of summer, right? A lot of games come out in the middle of summer, right? Because that, you know, they come out in the summertime, and then we kind of get a period of not a lot of stuff, and then during the fall and winter time and, like, holidays and all of that stuff, that's when a lot of other things release, right? So a lot of things are probably going to come out in the summertime. A lot of shows are going to be going on in the summertime. A lot of vacation, people are going on vacation in the summertime, you know, so people are going to be doing other things. And if there's no Guild Wars news, they're going to be busy doing other things. No one is going to be Googling lore videos about Guild Wars 2 in the summertime when we don't have any active releases going on, right? Like, August was, like, smack right in the middle of all of that, and that was awesome, because when we had the birthday and a release, people were watching my content. Like, I can tell you right now, for both Secrets of the Obscure and Janthier Wilds, my views on my content skyrocketed right before those expansions were coming out, right? And I don't have that this year. This is not happening until, like, October, right? And that's crippling for my channel. I can tell you that right now. So I'm kind of, like, you know, I'm worried about that as well, because I've been working hard on my channel. So trust me, I have, like, actually a personal stake in this, you know? So it's unfortunate, but that's just how it is, you know? So all right, there's Anton. Have you found out? Ah, the call of battle was too much to ignore, was it? You were drawn here like a griffin to its mating grounds. Okay. I welcome the extra talents. Come. One of these char knows where I can find Rend Rage Mauler, and I intend to extract that information. So we have to go to this shrine over here, and apparently that's where we'll meet the one of the char that knows what's going on.
I'm afraid I'm busy.
I really like this air of superiority. Like, having, like, recharges on my skills and stuff randomly is really nice. Super nice. What is this group? This is the Ori Wing Shielder group. I do want to kill them, because that is a healer. That is a healer, and I do not want to deal with that guy. Luckily, mantids aren't really that strong. It's just they're really annoying. That's the one thing about them. But yeah, so we're working on our titles as well. Ooh, look at this, guys. We're 2 points away from having another level. So right now we have 7 more armor and 55% more adrenaline against Char. And, oh, not 2 more points. 12 more points, I'm sorry. But we're almost there, you guys. We're almost next level, next tier. Okay, there's some Char here. I guess there's no person at the Resurrection Shrine. I wonder if the Resurrection Shrine is even working. There probably is, but there's no person here, which is interesting. They chased away the... You seek Rage Mauler? Tell me, does your kind always seek death? Is what one of the Char says. Well, you know what? Maybe we do. Maybe we seek death. Do not resurrect. Don't resurrect. I don't want anyone to resurrect. This whole resurrection thing is not fun. Stop it. Y'all need to stop right now. Okay. Was that info enough? Oh no, there's another group over here. There's a resurrection shrine. I do wanna kind of kill this group just to level up my agent. I'm gonna be level 3 after that. That's gonna be kind of nice. Some bracers. All right, so we're stealth agent now. So now we have 8 armor against Char, and we get 70% more adrenaline when we hit a Char. That is really good for our build because we have so many adrenaline skills, like a ton of them. Like so many of our skills are adrenaline, right? Like you look at all of these things, and these are all like adrenaline based skills. He doesn't have any, which is fine, but yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, we have 4 adrenaline skills, so that's fantastic for our case. And I might change that because I think that's just too many adrenaline skills, so I might change that elite skill around again to something else. You will find nothing but here but pain and suffering, he says. Let's get this mender. And we also have this guy leveled up, so now he's 14 seconds against regular and 28 seconds against Char is his the lifetime that he has, the lifetime of being alive. Alright, so we keep following these groups of enemies. We have +4 health regeneration right now, which is fantastic. Really nice to get that little bit of little boost there, and makes us almost impervious to any damage. It's really nice. Resurrection chant. Stop resurrecting everyone. Oh my god. How annoying. Oh god. Meteor shower right on the group of pets over here. That's not good. Alright. Oh, the guy says, pathetic humans, do you really think you can stand against us? We sure do. So we're slowly moving across. Go. Oh, the pets. Poor pets. Yeah, they're dying. Yeah, Meteor Shower is really strong. But luckily it's, you know, not put on us, but it's put on the pets. Again, we can revive the pets. Not a problem. Not a problem for us. Yeah, oh, look at that. Wow, everyone revived their pet. Whoa, okay, hello. Look at all these cool effects that we have on us. I really love the idea of having pets and Paragon. Like, I've wanted to make this build for a long time, and it's actually coming together pretty well. There's some fine-tuning that we need to do. Obviously, we need to get some weapons. We need to get some upgrades on the armors and stuff like that. But for now, in concept, this is really good. This is really, really good, you guys. All right, Mander. Let's get the Mander again. The Rage Mauler approaches as we speak. He comes to Saknoth Valley. Are you so eager to die? All right, so the Rage Mauler approaches, meaning that Rage Mauler is actually coming to Saknoth Valley. So we kind of know a location now. We know that Saknoth is down here, so okay. So that kind of tells us a little bit. And I think, wait, what happened? I think we need to defeat these guys. Oh, it's blocking me. Okay, Anton says, at last I have my answers. Saknoth Valley. For this help, I gave this char a quick death. For your help, I grant you reprieve from what must come next. Tell Captain Langmar where I have gone. This is simply something I must do alone. My life has led inexorably to this moment. Alive lived too long in pain over those whose lives and loves and dreams were cut short. Farewell. And he leaves. Does he actually leave? Is he still here? Where is he? There you go. Did he run away? Did he disappear? Did he just like poof out of existence? I think he might have. Alright, well. And he leaves. Alright, well. So now we know that. We know where the guy is. We've gotten the answers. And let's let Langmar know about that. Oh, yeah. Let me change this. Well, I don't hate it. I do kind of hate it. Motivation, I only have one. I don't know why I have one in motivation. Oh, because, I don't know, for no reason. Yeah, I might, something leadership. What's my, yeah, leadership is my other, yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this one. This is, probably Bender. Alright, so Captain Langmar.
I'm afraid I'm busy.
I was afraid of this. Anton has become enslaved by his emotions, driven by obsession, into rash action. I must deal with the situation before his actions bring ruin down upon us all. Thank you for your assistance in this matter. I fear I will have to call upon you again soon. So we get that, and then we get, and you guys can see right here the reward, but here we are engaged in a battle for our very survival, and Anton goes off on a quest for personal vengeance. I will have his hide for this, and by all accounts, Rend Rage Mauler is a threat we would have to deal with. We shall help Anton with his vendetta, then we can turn his attention to other things. Anton is searching Saknoth Valley for his quarry. Find him and bring this ugly matter to a close. One less char, one more char fighter. We win.
I'm afraid I'm busy.
Yeah, okay. So, you can either move from Doomlore Shrine and move to Saknoth, or you can do it from here. I'm just gonna go from here. I think it's probably easier to go from here. Probably gonna be a lot less enemies and stuff. So, yeah, we're just gonna eventually, we're gonna have to just walk over there. That's always something that kind of bothered me. I really wish they would have some kind of outpost, like, after we assault the stronghold, like, have, like, a small outpost over here or something that's kind of off to the side of the stronghold, that, you know, we kind of hold against the enemies, because it kind of sucks having this one place that is far away from anything else that you have to, like, walk to. I don't know. Soldier's Fury. But yeah, I guess you know, if we have a content drought a little bit, I think it's inevitable we're gonna have a content drought if they're pushing it back by 2 months. you know, yes, we're gonna have the birthday in between, and we're gonna have like probably, you know, there's gonna be the Festival of the Four Winds, and it's gonna be, you know, by the time that comes out, Halloween is gonna be happening. I still wish they would do, because Festival of the Four Winds is like what, at the end of July or something like that? June, July or something is when that happens. And then the next festival is Halloween. I really wish they would have something in like early September. Like, I don't know. I wish there was something that was like early September or late September, right? Like they could finally do, like, wouldn't it be cool to have the Meetoberfest, you know, at the end of September going into October, and that be like a char festival that we have, and then that leads into Halloween. Like I would really enjoy that. I think that would be really nice. I really feel like there's kind of, that is the one spot where we don't really have a festival yet. I would like that a lot. Just, and they could really, you know, that really screams like weird, quirky skins and like funny dialogue. And, you know, ArenaNet always wants to make these quirky, funny dialogue options and all these things, you know, where they like, but it's like, well, you know, there you have something that's just really weird, and you can take it in like this weird, you know, in a weird way. You can make that festival just really strange, you know, if you wanted to. So I don't know, but anyways, all right, we're going across the fields here. Look at how pretty this looks. Yay. Yeah, I think it would be really cool to have, you know, and it's like we have, what we have 3 festivals that take place in Divinity's Reach, because we have the Lunar New Year, we have Festival of the Four Winds, part of it at least, Winter's Day, and that's it, right? Like, because we have the Queen's Gauntlet and like that stuff there. The pavilion opens up or whatever. So I don't know. I wish we had something that was like spread out a little bit more. You know, like something somewhere else, right? We have Halloween in Lion's Arch. We have Norn have a festival. They have the Dragon Bash. Oh yeah, when is Dragon Bash? Dragon Bash comes first, right? It's Dragon Bash and then it's Festival of the Four Winds, right? So it's gonna be Super Adventure Box, Dragon Bash, Festival of the Four Winds, and then we have like 2 months of nothing, and then we have like, that's when Halloween happens, and then Winter's Day after that. So I really think there is space in there for another one, and it would be really cool to have a char festival, something that happens in the char area and is exclusive to their thing.
Who goes there?
18 kills. We don't have enough. I think. I don't know. That would be awesome. But yeah, if we have a content drought, I'm gonna start probably, you know, that'll be when I go heavy on other things that I'm gonna be streaming. I think that's when I'm gonna be looking at like other games that I want to do, other like things that I have, like a huge library of games. You guys don't understand. Like, I think most of us, or at least a lot of us, have like a huge amount of like Steam games that we haven't touched, and I have a lot of those. And I look at that all the time, and I'm like, oh, maybe I'll try playing that. But I'm like, nah, you know, I maybe want to stream that. So, you know, if we get to the point where, because we're moving pretty fast through Guild Wars Eye of the North. And once Eye of the North is done, once I've done all the dungeons and, you know, we've done all of these quests and all this stuff, like, once I feel satisfied with all the content we've done, we'll be doing Guild Wars Beyond at some point, but I don't want to do that immediately after. So I'm going to kind of take a break from Guild Wars 1. And, you know, if we don't have any new content in Guild Wars 2, then we kind of have to take a break from that as well, because again, I don't want to constantly stream the same stuff over and over again, and, you know, it kind of sucks. I mean, I have my survival challenge, like, that I'm still going to be doing that, but that's only like, you know, I do that like once a week. I don't like doing like multiple of that a week. it's not a super popular series, and not a lot of people watch it, and it's fine. I get it. You know, it's not super interesting for most people. It's kind of like whatever. But that kind of leads me into like, hey, what else am I gonna possibly stream, right? So I think that'll kind of coincide with the end of Eye of the North, of our Eye of the North playthrough is gonna coincide with the end of Janthia Wilds, and I think that'll be a good time to look at some of these other games, and I'm gonna be streaming a bunch of other games, kind of get through that stuff, kind of just play through them. Many of them are gonna be blind playthroughs. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know anything about the game, and then hopefully, you know, if we take our time and we take like 4 months of playing through some of these games. I need to go all the way around. I cannot get down there. You know, then we come back and we're refreshed. And it kind of is nice because it'll give me a little bit of a break from Guild Wars 2, meaning that once the new expansion comes out, I'm gonna be like super excited to get back into Guild Wars 2, right? Because that's the thing. Like, you need to take breaks from Guild Wars 2. I need to take breaks from Guild Wars 2. I think taking breaks is fantastic. I've taken breaks. I've never taken a break longer than like maybe 6 months. I think was like the longest break I ever took. But like I like to, every few years I like to take like a 2 to 3 month break from Guild Wars, like all of Guild Wars, and just kind of not think about it, not like, maybe I'll read some Reddit posts and stuff like that, but like not make any videos on it, not do anything, right? Like just kind of like do other things or whatever, just take a break from it. And I'm on the completely wrong side of this area. Lovely. I knew that was gonna happen. That's okay. We're just gonna what am I gonna do? I'm gonna just have to, oh, this is annoying. I'm gonna take this path, actually. I know that this is the complete opposite way, but this is gonna be way less annoying, I think. So. Yeah, so there'll be a lot of other things that are gonna be happening on the channel, and you know, and maybe ArenaNet will surprise us. Maybe we'll get something for the Guild Wars 1 birthday. I know a lot of people have like a lot of hopes for the Guild Wars 1 birthday. I don't have massively like anything really that I'm like hoping for. I don't think it's valid for us to have any big hopes on anything. But if we get like another, because it's gonna be 20 year anniversary is coming up this year. So you know, that kind of leads me into like, okay, maybe we're gonna get like some cool skills. I don't know, maybe like they did it for 10. Right, like, and then what was it? No, 10 was the weapons, right? And then 15 was the skills, right? So for 15 they did like all new skills, like one skill for each profession, which was more than enough to kind of change up the meta, by the way, because those skills were like, some of them were like kind of crazy strong. But it would be kind of cool to have something, maybe. So maybe that kind of, you know, warrants maybe doing a little bit of Guild Wars content, Guild Wars 1 content, kind of jump back in and try that out and whatever. Yeah, and I don't know. Maybe we're gonna get some really cool games releasing until then. I don't know. I'm still waiting on like an MMO that I really feel like, I don't know, like, just, like I said, the last one that I touched was Throne and Liberty, and the problem with that is that it felt so weird because it was like this whole world with all of this history and all of this everything created, but neither the content nor the company nor the player base had any interest in the world. And that really to me was like, okay, well, that's kind of dumb. So that's why I didn't really, you know, because you guys know me, I like that kind of stuff. So oh god, we have like all these bosses over here. I don't want to deal with these guys, but I gotta get through this, so. Gonna go around, there's another one right here. So there's 3 bosses right here. And we do not want to deal with that. At all. At all. Let's get the Prophet. Luckily they don't move, so they're just stationary around that cauldron. Oh no, I actually have to wait. No, I don't. I'm like, what? That's the hole. Okay, never mind. I don't have to get close. I thought I did. Going down the stairs. I think I can take. Can I take a? I can take a side exit. I don't have to go through the main gate. I don't want to go through the main gate because you have the seekers on the side and they can shoot you down and then you can't reach them. Ugh, really annoying. So I'm gonna go around. And obviously, I do take suggestions as well. If there's something in specific that you guys are like, oh man, O'Reilly would really enjoy this. Like, I've been getting suggestions from people about games that I'm like, I could not. I'm sorry. Like, do I look like that kind of play? Like, I had someone that I knew in, like, that I worked with at some point, right? And this was when I first started streaming. And, you know, I was talking to them about like, oh yeah, you know, like, you know, I'm trying to find like different games to stream and blah 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 blah. And they were like, oh, you should like try to play this game. And it was the oh my god, what is it called? Thunder something. It's the game about the like ships, the warships, Thunder warships, Warship Thunder or something. Is that what it's called? It's something like that. And I literally was like, I was like, okay, yeah, I'll look into that. And I was just like, this can't just be that game, right? No, it's literally just a game about like fighting with warships. And I'm like, this is not at all, like, I don't at all want to play this. Like, I don't want to play that at all. And that has nothing to do with, like, that's nothing against the other person. Like, that's nothing against that person. It's nothing against anyone. But I was just like, that's just not my game, man. Like, that's not, you know? So obviously I'll take suggestions, but, you know, I'm kind of looking for something that I would be interested in, I guess, to kind of play. We did have, like, they did do a bunch of sales on games that I do like. And I actually went and kind of, not really splurge, but I did. Okay, I have to go through the main gate. There's no way around here, because this is like a dead end. This doesn't lead anywhere. There's some camps with a thing. Alright, well, maybe I can at least take care of these char seekers before I go through the main gate. But yeah, so I kind of bought some of those games on top of the games that I still want to play anyways with you guys. So there's a lot of different games that I kind of have now that I want to do. So I will be kind of playing some of those. One was the they had the and I don't know if it still is, but they had the Spyro, the Reignited trilogy. So for those of you that don't know, one of my big series when I first started streaming was actually the original Spyro. And it was really, really funny because I had started streaming that series literally, and I didn't know, like, I had no insider information on this whatsoever. This was completely coincidental, but it was right before they announced the Reignited trilogy. Like, a few months before they did the Reignited trilogy, I did a playthrough of the original Spyro games for the PlayStation. And then they literally, I want to say it was like a month after I was done with that, they announced it. Like, hey, yeah, we're doing the Reignited trilogy and like we're bringing back the original games. And I had just finished playing through the whole thing. And I'm like, oh my god, that's crazy. Like that, I don't know how that, like, man, you know, that, how that happened or whatever. And ever since then, I've always wanted to stream that. I've always wanted to, like, go back because I love that. It's like one of my big childhood series. I love it. It's such a magical world and it's so fun. And there's like, I don't know, the characters are cool and like the story is really interesting and it's such a good, feel-good game. And it's one of those games that I really, really enjoy to, like 100% as well. Like I have 100%ed. I don't think I've ever did the second one, but I know I did the first one, and I know I did. I want to say I did. I know for a fact that I did the third one at some point, and I think I did the first one as well. And I think the first one I did on stream, actually. But that was out of the 3, the only one that I 100%ed. But I want to do the Reignited Trilogy and 100% them. I'm like, why not? You know, let's just do it. Let's just do it. And that'd be super fun. I'm super excited about that. Because Necromancer. I do have Livia on me. That would be kind of nice. Livia always has she has sacrificial skills, right? Oh no, she doesn't. She's the healer. That's fine. That still works, right? Oh yeah. Okay, she already has one of those. She has 2 of those. Well, hell yeah. We'll give her a 3rd one of those. That's a lot of armor, dude. Look at all this armor that she gets. She gets 15 armor for each stage. That's crazy. That's a lot of armor, you guys. For someone that only has 60 armor. Alright, we have to go all the way around because we're an idiot. I'm an idiot, not we. I am the idiot here. Alright, Anton, we're here to help you kill Rage, whatever his name was. I forgot, it's been so long. Here you are again. You have the persistence of a jade scarab searching for a dark recess to lay its eggs. Well, you have proved useful in the past. Come, the time for revenge is at hand. You have stood by me, Spearmaster Raleigh, so you should know the truth of the matter. So we're going to find out now what's going on with Anton. When the Char attacked Ascalon, I made a deal with the invaders in return for the lives... Oh, it goes by so fast. In return for the lives of my friends and family. I provided Rend Ragemauler useful information. I was caught in my traitor's action, and that is why I was in prison when Sirmia fell. I returned to my village to find bodies stacked as high as huts. Ragemauler had betrayed me. I am not the noble soldier Langmar thinks. I'm a fool and a traitor. I have paid for my mistakes with the blood of my family and of my friends. I cannot change what I have done, nor can I forgive myself. I can only seek vengeance for those who died because of my folly. One way or another, my rage shall finally be sated. Rend Ragemauler. I guess he screams that. Rend Ragemauler! I lived, and now it is time for you to face my justice. Alright, so... yeah, so he was a traitor. He was a traitor to the people. He thought he made a deal with Rend about the lives of the people of Sirmia. He grew up in Sirmia. We kind of know where Sirmia is. One of the cities that we kind of find destroyed over here on the right. Sirmia is like over here, and we do know that there was they were hit like the hardest because they were like above north of the wall, right? But there was a lot of prisoners, and there was a lot of they were really brutal to those people. They tortured them for years and stuff. And he was sending sensitive information in exchange for the lives of the people, like his friends and family that lived in Sirmia. And unfortunately, he was caught by the Ascalonian authorities, right, by the military or whatever, and he was put in prison in Sirmia. And then when the Char attacked, he escaped prison, right, because obviously probably the Char attacked the prison too. He escaped. He went back to his part of Sirmia, his little village or whatever where he came from, and found everyone was dead. And Ragemauler had actually betrayed him. He took the information and still killed the people. And yeah, so there you go. So that's the whole story. And I guess Rend Ragemauler is gonna... Oh, there he is. There's Rend Ragemauler. He's actually friendly. And then the group of Char is not. I don't know if we can get dialogue without engaging with the Char. Probably not. Oh no, Ember died. Oh no. Come on, Ember, pick up. let's get this last guy. Anton, what are you doing standing here? What are you doing? Alright. I yield, meat. I surrender. Let us strike a deal. Is what Ren says. And Anton says, I know too well of your deals. Focus your gaze upon these 3 swords on my back. And that's right, he has 3 swords on his back. Yeah, and we don't know what's going on with those, but... each blade I carry as a reminder of what you took away from me. My family, my village, my honor. I want them back. So we now know why he's carrying these 3 swords. And we go in and we attack. We can't have those back, unfortunately. I mean, not your family. Perhaps your honor. You could work on that, right? Right. He died. It is done. My rage sated in blood. My promises are fulfilled, though I will never bring my loved ones back. My own crime remains. I cannot return to the Ebon Vanguard. They do not know the truth. Let me follow you and aid in your struggles, and perhaps in time I can atone for my sins. Alright, so that's all he says. So we go back to Langmar. And we let her know that Rage has been killed. I'm gonna sell stuff. Where's... So.
Why are you here?
Oh. Oh, I didn't identify that. Where is that? Right here. Water magic. 15 while affected by condition. Nah. Alright, so he says he can't return to the Ebon Vanguard because I guess there's like probably part like fear, like he thinks if they find out the truth about him, they probably wouldn't want him to be there anyways. That's kind of, I feel like, what they're going with, you know.
Are you still here?
She says, thank you for helping, Anton. With Rage Mauler dead, the Char forces will be in disarray, for a while anyway. I cannot have a soldier who goes off on his own missions. Perhaps if Anton were to travel with you, he could learn to master his inner demons. You should find him invaluable. He is a survivor. Just remember, even though your cause is true, beware the lure of obsession. It can draw you in darkness. A prisoner in Sirmia awaiting execution, Anton escaped during the Char invasion and fled north. He survived many long years alone by raiding the Char, and eventually joined the Ebon Vanguard after being saved by Captain Langmar. He now employs his assassin skills for the good of the Vanguard, acting as their scout.
Report in.
Alright, so, we could take him, let's see, can we take him, who could we get rid of if we were to take him into our group? It'd be kind of cool to have an assassin. What does she gives us speed boost. Hated does damage. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna take him into the group. Our group is like kind of perfect the way that it's set up right now. I don't like that. No, it's fine. We don't need him. Alright, anyways, so that is one thing done. There's something with these rabbits too. I forgot what it is. I forgot what the whole point of the rabbit thing was. But it's interesting the way that he joins our group, because it's Anton saying, well, I can't go back to the Ebon Vanguard because if they find out the truth, and like maybe I can atone for my sins that way, blah blah blah, whatever, right? But then Langmar is like, well, he can't return because we can't trust him, because he just goes off on his own missions and he does whatever he wants. He doesn't listen to the chain of commands. So it's kind of like a mutual thing from both sides for different reasons, but it kind of works out, you know. That is a Char. That is definitely a Char glyph or whatever you want to call that.
Report in.
All right. So, and remember, we do have one more mission that Captain Langmar has for us. So let's do that as well. You there, Spearmaster Raleigh, because we get a skill called Ebon Battle Standard of Honor. Jesus, can't talk. You there, Spearmaster Raleigh. Our scouts have sent word of a towering beast to the south, one that leaves not but all-consuming flames in its wake. This can only be a Titan. So we're gonna see another Titan, just so you guys know. Like we did a playthrough of Guild Wars Prophecies, and then we did recently. I think this was like right around the time J3 Wild came out or whatever, we did like a playthrough of the whole like Titan quests and stuff that you get in Guild Wars 1. Yeah, so we encountered all the different Titans, but now we're gonna see another Titan. This is like another Titan that has like survived, that it's been on, you know, that's been up here in the Saknoth Valley, which is very removed, right? Like Saknoth Valley, we're gonna see more of it. We've only seen like 3/4, so the northern part of it is just like a stronghold of the Char, and then there's the Burning Forest area, which we did see. We went through there. But there's a lot of like open space like in this other part and stuff, and it's very removed. There's not like a lot of civilization going on. Like I said, there's no town around here. There's none of that, you know. It's very removed from anything civilization, really. So it's very interesting. But anyways, this can only be a Titan, which leaves us all to wonder how long before it turns north. We cannot fight such a foe when our hands are already full of Char. I would have you travel to Saknoth Valley and slay this Titan. Go before we're all extra crispy. All right, I'm not gonna go this way because I know that the Titan is actually there. We're gonna do the journey from Doomlore Shrine. We're gonna be smart this time. This time around, we're gonna be a little smarter. Just a tad smarter. And then I think there's some other things that we want to do. There's something that I have to. Oh look, guild members playing together. Really cool. I mean, I don't know if that might be bots. I'm not sure, but because they look almost the same. Anyway, we're just gonna stay like rose-colored glasses and say that they're guildmates playing together. So there's something that I want to avoid on my way. There's something right over here that I want to avoid, so I gotta be kind of smart about that, because that goes into like another quest chain that we have that I don't really want to talk about yet. And that's probably gonna come after we finish the Titan thing. We're gonna be talking about that. So I think I'm gonna go. There should be another portal over here. I could potentially go through that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Completely avoid that area so we don't even have to go over there. Fight these seekers. Yeah, this is gonna take us a long time. So these ramp up a lot. Like you guys don't understand the point requirement as you go up goes crazy high. I think at level 9, between level 9, like 10 is the highest level on, or tier, I guess. On these, right? So the jump from the second to last tier to highest tier. Oh, God, I always hate this. So this guy attacks long range. We don't want him to attack long range because it's an AoE knockdown and we don't want to deal with it. We could get on board. Again, we could use the Siege Devourer, but I'm not going to do that. But there's Molotov Rocktail. He is also a boss that's we can't, as you guys can see, I think I've talked about this, right? Like this guy is obviously equipped to be ridden, but this guy is not. He's just like a very large devourer. We haven't seen any devour. See, 2 people just died with 1 attack, and a pet died as well. Very powerful, that long range attack. We haven't seen in Guild Wars 2. We haven't really seen a lot of these big siege devourers. I really, that was something that was more of a Guild Wars 1 thing, and I kind of hate that because you do get introduced to like the Char, like both in the open world map, right? Because you go the first Char map, like the Plains of Ashford. One of the first things you encounter immediately is, you go to Ascalon and you go through the Plains of Ashford, which are like, right over here or whatever. And you go to to the collecting the Devour eggs, right? And you kind of get taught a little bit about, yeah, this is what they do. You know, the Char, they have these war beasts and blah 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 blah. But you never really see that being used because, and again, it's a way that ArenaNet kind of shows the movement of the world in a way, right? Where it's like, yeah, they moved away from using these siege devourers, from using these animals, right? From the Marmoxes to you remember the armored Saurus that's sitting out here, right? Like all these animals as their siege weapon, to now using machines, right? Because they build tanks now and stuff like that in Guild Wars 2. So it kind of shows a little bit, but it's kind of weird because they showed that early on, and then even in season 1, they have the Devourer hatchery that they have, the Nolan hatchery, and you go in there and it's like, but they don't use it. Like, they don't use siege devourers or any devourers anymore, really. Like, some of the rangers do, obviously, but it's not like they send out these pets in battle. Like, for example, the ogre do, right? All the ogres have like their pets and stuff, and it's like a big thing with the ogres that they have these pets that they raise to like go hunting with and blah blah blah. So it's kind of weird. It's a little bit of like a I guess we're still in the middle of the shift there when we first hear about it, when we first see it, you know. It's not, the portal isn't here. I think there's a portal here. Isn't there a portal here? I'm so sure that there was another portal to Saknoth Valley, but I don't, that just leads to like down there. I thought there was another portal. That was, oh no, that's right, remember that was the dead end there. There is only one portal. Okay, that's fine. I thought there was a second portal, but I'm an idiot, so that's fine. It's fine. I was gonna say that. Something else. I don't remember. All these seekers. Hate those seekers. They're like the worst. But I'm glad that our pets are getting like training in right now. They're all like leveling up and stuff, which is really, really nice. Oh, another series that I want to kind of jump back into, and I kind of thought about this. Digimon, right? So I've been a huge fan of Digimon for a long time. I've been a fan of the anime and the video games. I've never been a fan. Just so you guys know, Digimon as a franchise, for the hardcore fans, has actually been more like, has survived more on the actual digital pets, which, just for those of you that don't know, like, that is what Digimon originated as. It was like this spin-off of Tamagotchis, right? Where you had like the little thing and you could raise them and feed them and blah 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 blah, whatever. And that still exists. Okay, they still make these, right? They still make these little digital pet things that you can have and you can raise them, right? I've never really gotten into that because I'm already annoyed having to carry my phone around. Like, just so you guys know, I hate having my phone. Like, I just whatever. I just, you know, I use it to keep up with like my channel and like comments and like a little bit of social media here and there. But I'm really not a huge fan of like carrying that around. So when it comes to the point of like, oh, here's another thing you have to carry around or take care of or whatever, I'm like, oh my god, no, please. So I've never gotten into that. And then the other aspect that the franchise has kind of survived on is the card game. The card game, like, I think it's on its like third or fourth iteration. The only iteration that I ever played was the very first one, which was in like the early 2000s or late 90s or something. They had the first iteration of it, and I remember the cards all had like a specific look to them, but the game has like changed now. Like, now it's like on this like third or fourth iteration of it or whatever. It has like different rules, it works differently, the cards look completely different, but the artwork on the new cards is like fantastic. I've looked at some of those, like, man, I could totally see like where collectors get like excited for some, because some of that artwork is like beautiful, and there's like some really cool like Digimon cards that you can get. I don't understand the new rules. I don't know how it works now. But yeah, so anyway, so I have kind of been, because it's been 10 years since the last like big mainline Digimon game has come out, which was Cyber Sleuth. And I think then they did like a DLC and stuff. And I've kind of played Cyber Sleuth on the channel. The problem is that it's extremely boring because I find all of the environments are completely so monotonous and it's so boring to me. Like, oh, the dialogue is horribly written. The voice acting is only Japanese, so you kind of can't really get into that either. But I do love Digimon as a franchise. I've always been a huge fan of it. You know, one of my very first series on the channel was Digimon World 2003. So I kind of want to get back into that because they just had Digimon Con, okay? And I think I want to say right before Digimon Con, it must have been right before Digimon Con or right after Digimon, or during to Digimon Con or whatever. They have announced a couple of really cool new things. So not only do we have new V-Pets, that's what they call it, right? The Tamagotchi style, whatever, right? So they have more of those. And then, of course, like new card sets and whatever have been announced. I only watched a little bit of it. Obviously, I'm not that involved with Digimon, but I just thought, I'm like, ooh, maybe, because a lot of people in the Digimon community seem to have been excited because they were like, oh, we're getting some really cool stuff. And apparently, this is the first Digimon Con that I've ever really paid attention to. And from what I heard, this was actually like one of the best ones that they've had because of what they have showcased. So we got right before Digimon Con, they showed a trailer of a new video game that they have coming out. This is like a brand new video game that they have coming out for, I don't know if it's for all of the platforms or whatever. So that's something I want to get into. So it's like the graphics look really nice. It has like way more, doesn't have every single Digimon on it, but it has like a huge amount of them, way more, like almost like 50% more than Cyber Sleuth had, and Cyber Sleuth had like more than any other one ever before that. I want to say it was something like that. So they announced that, and they had like a trailer for it, and it's really, really cool. So if you guys are interested in like Digimon, I would definitely tell you guys. It's called Digimon Time Stranger, I think is what it's called. I think it's what is it? Digimon World Time Stranger, right? Yeah, I think that's what it's called. So they announced that, you know, that looks really cool. They, on top of that, they had like kind of confirmed some of the Digimon that I guess people have been really waiting on. Like people really, really wanted to have certain types of Digimon because there's like different types of Digimon, and there's like Spirit and Armor Digimon, which I like both of those as well. So they confirmed some of those to be in the game, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So that kind of, that's kind of interesting. Obviously, there's not a lot of information. And then on top of that, they have announced a new Digimon anime, which the last one finished, Ghost Game finished like 2 years ago or something like that now. It's been like almost 2 years, I want to say, at least over a year. And we haven't really gotten anything new, but they didn't show much of it, but they kind of just showed a little trailer of it or whatever. And it looks pretty cool. And yeah, so I'm excited, and I do want to maybe at some point play that on the channel as well, if that's available on like Steam or something, which if it's not available immediately, probably at some point will be, but I do want to play that at some point on the channel because I think, I don't know, Digimon is just super fun. I love it a lot. So I will be playing that at some point. And some of the environments, again, and they're kind of stepping away from the boring environments of that Cyber Sleuth had, where it's just like, oh, it's the internet, so everything is blue and like it's all digital or whatever. It's actually taking place in the digital world, so you get these really cool environments. There's some really cool screenshots that I saw where I'm like, oh man, that looks so fun to be there, right? There was like this big like coral reef area, and there was like this they've shown some of the town stuff, and there's all these like Digimon hanging out in town and stuff. I'm like, hell yeah, that looks really cool. So I'm very excited for that. So that's definitely something. I might jump into Digimon a little bit. I might go through. I've been wanting to do the Digimon World 2003 randomizer. There's a randomizer for it. So I've been kind of wanting to do that. So that is something that I'm probably going to be doing. I don't know how in-depth that randomizer is, but that's a game I've been wanting to just kind of replay again, you know, it's been 5 years since I played that last. Because the last time I played, no, that's not true. I did play it a few years ago. But you know, the last time I the last time I think I fully played through it was on the channel with you guys, and that was like 5 years ago when I started my channel. So I can play that again. So maybe we'll do that to ramp up into the Digimon content. We also have Xenoblade Chronicles X HD Definitive Edition, or whatever the frick it's called. That, yeah, go for it. Yeah, I probably will. But yeah, so that the Xenoblade Chronicles series, that is something that I've been wanting to jump back into with you guys as well. Specifically, Xenoblade Chronicles X is a game that I have only played one time. Played through the whole game when my Wii U was still working. My Wii U has been broken for many years now. It happened during a hurricane. We had an electrical surge and it fried my Wii U. And I never bought another one. So I haven't played that game, and it's never been ported to the Switch until now. It just came out like 4 days ago. It was like March 20th was the release date of that. I don't have it yet, but I plan on getting it. And I do want to play through that because it's so, oh my god, it's so beautiful. Like, a lot of people didn't like the jump in Xenoblade Chronicles, like from the first Xenoblade Chronicles to like X, because that's how the jump was. That was before 2 came out. I think, right? I think it was before 2 came out, or maybe it was like right after 2 came out or whatever. But people didn't like it because it was more futuristic. It wasn't the fantastical aspect of it was kind of gone, I think, a little bit. It was a little bit more on the mechanical side of things, on the more like that or whatever. But I still love the story of it and the world, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful game, and having an HD like definitive edition on the Switch, like, I'm so excited that I kind of want to play that as well. So there's a couple of games that I haven't gotten that I kind of want to kind of tell. There you go. Those are the games that I'm kind of planning on doing immediately, on top of a bunch of other games that I have. So you might see any of those. Anyways. So Ignis the Eternal is the Titan, and Gwen actually has a dialogue. So if we don't have Gwen in our party, we wouldn't see that dialogue, and I didn't know this was a thing. But this happens sometimes. If you have certain people in your party, when certain quests happen, or you go certain places, you actually get like unique dialogue. So Gwen says, "Is this the last of the gods the Char worship? We must destroy it. They deserve no deities." So remember, the Char, part of the Char, worshipped the Titans as gods. So there's one of the Titans. It's a fiery Titan, Ignis the Eternal. Not very eternal because he's dead now. So, and we have defeated him, and we're getting set on fire, and everyone's dying. Well, the pets are dying at least. That is okay. Oh my God! There's Borgus Blisterbark. Oh god, he's gonna destroy. We're gonna die, but we've already finished the quest, so even if we die, I'm gonna kind of see how long we can hold out against Borgus. I don't think we can defeat Borgus, though. They're gonna set us on fire. Look at this. Look at how they're oh my god, they're burning us alive. Savannah Heat is hitting us. Now Searing Flame is hitting us, and we're done. Oh, my team is holding on pretty well, I will say. But we did it anyways. So we defeated Titan. We did what we came for. Beep beep. Train coming through again. Beep beep. Alright, so we defeated the guy. The Titan. And let's see what she has to say. And we're gonna get a cool skill here. So let's look at that skill that we're getting.
I'm afraid I'm busy.
You say the Titan is dispatched, but the fires still burn? Perhaps in time we can find a way to quench the flames, but I'm too preoccupied with Char now to worry about that. We will simply have to sacrifice the forest. Your victory over the Titan has assured our safety. For that, we're grateful. So what she's implying is that the burning of this forest isn't because of Borgus Blisterbark or any of the other enemies there. It was because of this Titan. The reason this whole forest was on fire is because there was a fiery Titan that was setting the whole thing ablaze. So there you go. There's a little bit of environmental storytelling, I suppose, hold there. But yeah, so we get that, and we get Ebon Battle Standard of Honor. You plant a Ebon Battle Standard of honor at your current location for 18 seconds. Non-spirit allies in this area strike for plus non-spirit allies in the area strike for plus 12 damage and an additional plus 9 against charge. So this is actually really, really nice. I'm gonna take this I'll show this off. This is like a banner. So this is a precursor to banner, to the banners that the warriors in Guild Wars 2 have. You see the banner. It's the standard, as they call it, right? Battle standard. And yeah, so for 18 seconds, this doesn't quite last a whole recharge time, but for 18 seconds, we do 12 more damage and then an additional 9 damage on top of that against charge. So that's really nice for this area. Obviously, this is only for the people that are in this, which is a little it doesn't work out too well, because you might think, oh, this is great for all the pets because it's non-spirit allies, right? And their non-spirit allies are the pets. The thing is that when we fight enemies, we're never right on top of them, which means the pets leave this is actually called a ward spell, which means ward spells are these circular round, you have to be in the ward in order for that to take effect. And that's the thing, like the ward is here, the pets run to the enemy. When they're not in the ward, it doesn't actually help them. But it does help all of our team members, because we do have physical attackers. Haida specifically, she does like a lot of damage with her physical attacks and stuff like that. And ourselves, and whoever else. I mean, many of our Paragon, they're all throwing spears and stuff. So that still kind of counts for them. And I think that still would be kind of fun to use. So we have that. And that is done. So let's go to the Eye of the North, because I think there might be a quest here now. Maybe not. Let me double check real quick. Sorry, I'm just looking. Wait, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out. Okay. Okay, so okay. I keep saying okay. Alright, let's go to Doom Lore. So now we're gonna go to the thing that I just talked about, okay? Let's kind of rewind a little bit. Reset our brain, right? We did the whole Anton thing. We did all of that stuff, right? Blah, blah, blah. We did that whole quest line. But now let's go back to the first thing that we saw earlier today when we started, right? That was the conversation with Sergeant Weststar, Jen Valefield, Chance, whatever his name was, Chance, I don't remember, Chance blah, 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 and the brave Brent Poltroon, okay? And remember, they were sent on a mission to take out one of the leaders, one of the Char leaders. They were sent on this mission, and now we're gonna go find out, maybe what they were up to, right? What was the whole mission, right? We heard from Sergeant Weststar that they were on this important mess. We kind of overheard it. We were technically eavesdropping on them, right? We weren't really in the conversation. But yeah, so we know that they were on this mission of import as part of the Ebon Vanguard, but we don't know exactly what was going on there. So we're gonna find out really the details of that, and we're gonna try to figure out, okay, what's really going on here, Go, go, go. Ember died. Why is Ember always the first to die now? That used to not be like that. Ember was always the one that lived. You know, she's the one to die first. So, oh my god, and I hate these stupid mantids. I'm trying to like avoid them. I keep using that standard. I don't need to. I want to go around the forest. I need to be going like over here, but I'm going around the forest. I don't want to be. I'm gonna go around the forest. I'm gonna go this way, and I'm gonna cut down because I also don't want to face the devourers. So I'm trying to find the most optimal and fastest way to be doing this. Oh, I guess I gotta face them because there's mantids right there. I'd rather face the siege devourer. Alright, come on. Attack me, attack me, attack me. Oh. Kneel before your master is one of the air superiority things. Alright, I don't want to fight Molotov Rocktail over there. I'm gonna avoid him. But yeah, so we got another skill here. So we're kind of filling this out. There's some more that we're gonna get, and I think there's one actually that's really good. There's one that's gonna really help in our build. It's gonna be really good, and it's one that I'm definitely gonna use, which deals with a rather unique condition that doesn't exist in Guild Wars 2. It's only Guild Wars 1 condition, and it's really, really cool, and I think it's gonna be super powerful for our needs, and that is disease. There's an ability that helps you cause disease. And if you guys don't know what disease is, so disease is a condition that there's only a few spells in the game that cause disease, but disease is it does like health degeneration, but it spreads, and it spreads among creatures of the same species. So if, for example, one of my group members is like, as you guys can see, we have all humans in our group, right? Except for the animals, of course. But if we're talking about like just group members, so if one of us gets diseased, it spreads among all of us. All of us are gonna get diseased, okay? Now, one way to avoid that is if you kind of get a lot of different, species in your group, in your party, because obviously you could have a Norn with Jorah, you could have Zed Shadowhoof, who is a centaur, you can have Ogden, who's a dwarf. We don't have all humans. We have an Asura, we have Vec in our group, so he wouldn't get disease. If our whole group got disease, Vec would be not diseased. He wouldn't get that disease unless the enemy would directly strike him, but then it wouldn't spread among the rest of us, right? So that it's kind of dangerous for us, like if someone causes that on us, because most of us are humans, right? But that also works for enemies. So we're not facing human enemies, right? If we were like in Cantha, for example, like Cantha is a dangerous place to be using disease, because there's so many humans that are enemies, right? Like you think of like the Ampha and the Jade Brotherhood, and like, you know, there's so many human enemies that disease would spread to us as well, and you don't want that, you know. But we're facing other species, other creatures, right? Char, Titans, Destroyers, like all this stuff, right? And that spreads amongst them, the enemy group, right? Like oozes, like all these different enemies that we've been facing, worms, imps, all these different. It spreads amongst them, but it doesn't come to us. So that's gonna be really good, because we already have a condition-based build, like setup, like group build. So it'd be really cool to have another one that kind of to add, we don't have disease right now available, right? We have a lot of, like, we have burning, we have deep wound, we have bleeding. Gwen has a ton, doesn't she? Does she have a lot? There's days on here. We have deep wound, we have cracked armor, deep wound. Yeah, so you guys can see that. Oh, I wanted to take that out because she doesn't cast that a lot. I gotta see if this is like, if her energy management is fine. I haven't really paid attention to that at all. I gotta see if her energy is fine. I mean, against Char, we do get 2 energy when we kill a Char, so there's a lot of energy regeneration that we get, so that's kind of nice. I love that I use the standard and then we move closer to enemies. It is really dumb. I wish these abilities were shouts or something, where we don't have to be close to the enemy. All right, so this is what I was trying to avoid over here. So remember, you guys, remember the group of people that we had, right? Who was the guy that was behind the entire like, you know, he was spearheading the rear, right? It was all about like, oh, I'll protect your rear, and it was because that's, you know, the most useless people in the group get, you know, because they get killed first or whatever. So that was Brave Brent Poltroon. So he lies here dead. So he died. He's a corpse. He's dead. Okay. So he didn't make it. Whatever the mission was that they had, he didn't make it. But it looks also like they were fleeing, right? The body of Brave Brent Poltroon lies before you, replete with savage and grisly wounds. It appears Brent's suspicions were not baseless after all, and he has been chewed on by HR. What fate has befallen the other Ebon Vanguard? Question mark. So, and we get Ebon Vanguard sniper support. So that's a really cool ability. It's really fun to use. It's one of my favorite abilities. It is not that great of an ability, but I love using it. I think it's really, really fun. So I hope the others aren't this nod. So we have to go to Saknoth Valley because it looks like they were moving south, right? And yeah, so let's find out what happened to them. What happened to the, you know, what happened to Jen Balefield, to Sergeant Weststar. By the way, Sergeant Weststar, and I don't know if Jen is or not, but Sergeant Weststar is like a character that you can actually find in North Kryta after the Ascalonian refugees go to North Kryta. Oh, there's Vale. Ah, did I startle you? It's the false eyebrows. I'm told they make me look angry. I'm feeling a bit restless, so I'll accompany you for this little outing and assist when necessary. Lead the way. So he's here. I am undercover. Keep your cool. So remember, he's Vale. He's that assassin guy that pops in. And it's weird because I remember the very first time that I played through Eye of the North, and I kind of want to tell you guys the story because it's really interesting to me. I don't know how interesting it is for you guys, but the one thing with like Eye of the North character-wise, I got Anton and Vale confused the very first time. Okay, so he tells us all of these different he tells us all these tales while he's with us and stuff like that. And for whatever reason in my mind, the very first time I played through Eye of the North, I thought that they were the same character. I was like, oh, Anton, yeah, Vale, blah, blah. For whatever reason, they don't even look the same. They don't have the same name. But they're both assassins. I think I was like interchangeably, I was just thinking that they're assassins, but they're different characters. So Anton was this, you know, we learned all of his story, but then we have this mysterious Vale guy who was like, he says he's undercover. He's talked about how he has traveled the whole world, and he's kind of like, this is what he's doing currently, right? He talks about, you know, he talked about the Crimson Skull Pirates from Cantha. Like, he talks about all these different places that we have been to before, but he's been there himself, and it's kind of like, okay, well, who are you really, you know? There's like this kind of mystery going on with him. But yeah, so in Vabi, I was ambushed by 6 of them. They wielded blunt wooden sticks and were hissing at me. Bandits? I don't know what he said. It doesn't pop up in my dialogue thing, but yeah, so we still have the mystery of who this Vale guy is. We don't know who he is, but he joins us and he hangs out with us, and it's nice to have another ally in the group, you know? Like, I'm totally fine to have that guy with us. I'm totally cool with that. Oh, look who it is, guys. It's Jen Valefield over here. All right, so another one of the group has survived. Always good when they survive. So we gotta kind of rescue her from those elementals, I guess? I don't know. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. This actually works out for us now because they're all in the ward. They're actually doing all of them are doing extra damage, which is really crazy. But nice. So, alright. So let's see what she has to say. She looks really cool. I love her like hair. It says, "At last, a familiar face amongst this madness. We were attacked by something. I couldn't see what it was, just that it was enormous." Okay. Something enormous attacked them. We had to run and we were separated. I'm not sure where the others are. I'll go with you. We need to find Chance and the captain and make sure that they're all right. So again, she probably was there when Brent was killed, but they were running and Brent was just the first one that got axed, I guess, like, or shot in the back or killed, somehow killed, right? But it sounds like it was something Char related, right? Because he was like chewed on by Char. And it was probably something Char related that they were doing, but yeah, we don't really know. But anyways, so she made it out, but they got split up. So we gotta find Chance and we gotta find Sergeant Westar. Gotta see what's going on with those guys. She kind of walks with us, but she doesn't do anything, which is kind of sad because she's a monk. She's meaning that she's a healer. So it would be kind of nice if she actually did something. It would be nice if she like healed us or something, but I guess we could say, well, she was weakened by the enemy and she was separated and she like barely made it out, so she's like just really weakened and we're kind of just dragging her along. Alright. So we gotta get all the way across here. So one thing I was kind of thinking about was like, you know, if we're really like, you know, one of the comments that I saw recently on Reddit was, you know, someone saying like, you know, I'm treating this as the twilight years of Guild Wars 2, kind of the same way that I did with, oh, she actually, when she get it, oh look, she uses heal area. Not a great skill, but hey, I'll take it. She heals the area around herself. Okay, she does something. I'm okay with that. But yeah, so someone was saying like, I'm treating this as the twilight years of Guild Wars 2, the same way that I did with Eye of the North being the twilight, like, and the, you know, between Guild Wars 2, or between Eye of the North and Guild Wars 2, we had like War and Kryda, and we had like all these other releases, but they weren't boxed releases. They weren't like big expansions. They were kind of like this intermediate thing where we had just like this content. And someone was saying like, that's the way that I'm treating it now. And like, maybe that's what this is. Maybe it's the twilight years of Guild Wars 2 and we're kind of just, you know, we're you know, slowly winding down on content until Guild Wars 3 comes out. But that kind of makes me think like, okay, well, if you're really like, you know, if Guild Wars 2 is really at its end, you know, we only have a few more left of like new things coming to the game. Doesn't mean that Guild Wars 2 is going to shut down. Doesn't mean that Guild Wars 2 is never going to see any more updates or anything. You know, they could be treating it like Guild Wars 1, where they keep it alive and maybe once in a while they get a couple of new things in there. I think Guild Wars 2 has a lot more systems that would benefit from having a couple more people kind of work on it, like the UI and stuff like that. There could be like updates coming like that, you know, even after Guild Wars 3 releases. But it kind of makes me think, what do I want for Guild Wars 3? You know, because like if we're really at the point now where like we're almost at the dawn of Guild Wars 3 in a way, right? Like the twilight of Guild Wars 2, but the dawn of Guild Wars 3. And like, what do I want in a game like that? I couldn't even tell you guys. I literally sat down the other day and I thought about that and I was like, oh, maybe I'll do a video on it. But I was like, I don't know. I have no idea. I was trying to like come up with a list, but I was like, well, every list that I was making was just like, it was too broad, right? There was like nothing specific. It was very, oh my God, we had a, there was a spirit that revived all of these people. No, kill the spirit of preservation. That was, I don't think that was the one that did it, but we gotta get rid of these Healy spirits. Annoying as hell. But yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you guys what it is that I would want for Guild Wars 3. I know a lot of people, you know, are very like cynical about it, and they're just like, well, I just, you know, I just want it to be like Guild Wars 2, just keep doing Guild Wars 2, like that, you know. I'm like, I don't. That's not how that works. It's not how any of this works. You get something new, and you're gonna like it. Because I was thinking, like, okay, well, I kind of want the combination of both, like combat, like the way that combat works. But I'm like, would that work? Because I would want like the movement of Guild Wars 2, but then the team building aspect of Guild Wars 1. But I'm like, is that something that's even feasible to make as a game? You know, and not have it be, I don't know, like I really couldn't tell you guys, because the more I take, like, you know, I'm always the person where like I take a thought and I take it all the way to the end, right? Like I don't like stop at like, okay, this is what I want. Like I want the combat of both games combined. But I'm like, okay, well, let's take that all the way to the end. Let's take that thought all the way to the end and think about, you know, how that would work, how that would function, how that would look. And I'm like, it doesn't work out in my brain. It never works out. Never works out somehow. All right, there's Chance Redding, another member. We're just missing the sergeant now. And he's still alive, so Chance is still alive. Ah, back, Char. Oh, it's you two. It's a good thing you're here. I'm holding up, but Mr. Pointy was getting a little tired. I was about to roust every Char in the place as soon as I stopped bleeding. Stop bleeding when I move. Anytime now. Maybe I'm too injured to fight, but I can still offer inspiring homilies to pump us up for battle. Let's just find the sergeant before Blaze Claw turns him into short ribs. Oh, Blaze Claw, that's right. They were after a Char leader named Blaze Claw. And it's like, okay, well, who's this Blaze Claw? So now we come to this place. There's swarms of bees everywhere, which is actually a reference to the early days of Guild Wars 1, where there is worms. First of all, this whole area is like a whole callback to Pre-Searing Ascalon, where there's worms in a field and you have swarms of bees. Remember, we had to carry the, I don't know if you guys remember that, but you have to carry the honeycomb across the bridge way early on in the story of Guild Wars Prophecies. Alright, so we have a boss here. Do I want to fight this boss? No. Oh god, maybe the boss is gonna want to fight us. There's like worms coming out everywhere out of the ground, and they might aggro us enough for my group. I'm just glad Vale is here, because it's kind of nice having another member in the group that's actually doing something, not just like tagging along like Chance and Chance and Jen. But Jen is doing heal area, which is nice for people around her. They're getting, and they usually heals for a lot. So that kneel before your master. Oh my god. All these elementals. All these champions. All these enemies. Oh no, Vale died. I think he just comes back to life. I want to say. Like, after the battle, I want to say he just comes back to life. I want to say, I don't know for sure. Alright, we have money here. We'll take that. Never turn that down. Yeah, I think the only thing, and I talked about this with you guys last time, the only thing I wish for the birthday, did Vale come back? Yeah, he's back. It's funny because they have like, almost, like they all look the same. They all have that Ebon Vanguard look. But the one thing that I would wish for Guild Wars 1 would be that, like, maybe a mini pet that goes around and collecting the money. Like a mini pet that goes around and collects the gold. Like I don't even want them to collect the items because I don't mind collecting the items. I mean, if it collected everything, that would be fine too. But just something that, like, where I don't have to pick up all the money by myself. It's just automatically picked up by this mini pet. That is one thing I wish for. And I don't think that would be too hard to make. I don't think that is too over the top or whatever. But anyways, there's Sergeant Weststar over there. So let's have a look what he has to say. Let's first talk to this lady
What
right
news?
here. Oh, we got rank 2 now. Oh, hello. Hello. All right.
What news?
Spearmaster Raleigh, Jen, Chance, I'm gratified you're not dead. Rake, Blazeclaw, and another char attacked me and headed into the dungeon. We're safe for now, but this isn't over yet. It may be worse than we thought. Those chars said, ow, my neck just, Jesus. Said they were meeting another one of their kind named Rhaegar. There is something insidious afoot, and whatever it is can only bode ill for us if they aren't stopped. So we finish this, and then we get this spell, the Ebon Vanguard Sniper Support. Spell, target foe struck for 76 piercing damage and begins bleeding for 17 seconds. So that's really nice already, so we have more bleed there. But it's really, really cool because this chance has a 10% chance of doing an additional 756 piercing damage. If this attack hits a char, it has a 25% chance of doing an additional 756 piercing damage. So you have a small chance of doing like a headshot kind of thing where you do like a ton of damage against an enemy. And it's super good, but it helps with the bleeding. So we have like automatically bleeding. It's a great spell, and it kind of works all, into this build that we have. We already have bleeding here, right? But bleeding for 17 seconds, like that's really nice. So that's a lot of bleeding there.
Are you still here?
Rake, Blazeclaw, and his minion have fled to Rhaegar's menagerie. If we strike now, we can enter the battle on our terms, and our deaths may be slightly less horrifying. Be warned, Blazeclaw's minion is a fearsome beast. It melts into the shadows, appearing in a flash of claws and death. This will not be an easy battle. So this is the guy that they were after, and they're in Rhaegar's menagerie. Remember, like, this is before J&T Wilds, during Secrets of the Obscure, before we went to Nyos, we talked about, like, demons and crypto. No, what this was before even Secrets of the Obscure came out. We talked about Cryptus, and we talked about like the different demons and stuff. And remember, my theory was, one of the theories that didn't work out, one of my theories was that the Flesh Reavers were actually like Cryptus, but we never knew that they were Cryptus, right? Like we just knew that they existed, but we never knew that they were like specific demons, right? And we actually came here, this was like years ago, we actually came here and we actually did this dungeon, which was Rhaegar's Menagerie. We went through the whole thing, which is one of like most, has like some of the coolest like settings in any of the dungeon sets. And I don't think we did this mission. This mission just takes you to the first area right in the dungeon. It doesn't take you like through the dungeon. But they kind of play together, right? They kind of like talk about how like Rake is here to meet Rhaegar, right? So, but we get reputation points. We get a Signet of Infection and Power Stone of Courage. All right, so let's go in and let's face off against this threat. So this is Rhaegar's Menagerie. This is one of the dungeons, but we're not gonna do. We're only gonna go to the very first area, the very first area right here, because Rake Blaze Claw is right here, and the Enforcer is his little minion. That is. Oh no, the Enforcer is not his minion. Oh, I guess Blobby the clone. Remember how the Blobby the clone was at the thing, and I didn't really know what he was about. He's from this dungeon, and I don't know. I don't really remember what the whole thing was. But we have these guys right here. So there's the guy we're looking for. We're not really going into the dungeon, but it's kind of like this lead-in into this dungeon, you know? So, anyways, let's face them. Yeah, so you guys saw the shots coming out of the sky there? The red shots? That's my sniper support. So when you guys see that, you will see, like, I'm gonna do it again. Bam. And I only did 52 damage there. But sometimes you get lucky, especially when you face a char. You have a 25% chance of doing 756 piercing damage, which is really, really nice. So it's coming up again. So let's see if we get lucky. Oh, we did not get lucky. But it's bleeding, right? So that already works really well into our situation. So Blaze is dead, and the Enforcer is dead as well. Okay, I guess. See Captain Langmar. Bash the Enforcer. Enforcer? I guess that was his quote-unquote pet or whatever. Alright, so we did that. I don't think we get any dialogue. Maybe we get some dialogue outside. We can see if we get some dialogue. Some unique dialogue from Westar, Sergeant Westar. We didn't leave anything, did we? No. Okay. So, because it's Captain Langmar that we gotta see, which is kind of weird. Vale is back. Where are they? Oh, they left, so they're not even here anymore. Okay, never mind. Never mind. All right, so we finished that as well. That is another quest chain done. So, like I said, there's a lot more story to like these all these characters and stuff. Like after, and I'm telling you guys, this is actually important for Guild Wars Beyond as well, because there's like a whole story that leads like from that kind of too. So it's important in a lot of different ways, I think, that we do this. So let's find out. So at last, we are free of the menace of Rake Blazeclaw and his nightmarish minion. One less leader amongst the Char is a battle won countless times on the field. Allow me to induct you as an honorary member of our unit. Take this as compensation for your brave deeds. You did good, kid. And we get the Signet of Infection. If target foe is bleeding, that foe is diseased for 17 seconds. So there's the skill that I was talking about. It's a Signet, which means it doesn't have any energy cost, which is fantastic. So that was super, super good. So I think I'm going to take out Air Superiority here and do that. So the way that the way that this works now, the way that I'm doing this now is like, I'm going to use the Ebon Vanguard's sniper support. They start bleeding, and then I'm going to disease them, right? Boom. So you get 17 seconds of both of these back to back. And then we have like Gwen, who with like fever dreams and stuff, like as you guys remember, when a target gets a new condition and stuff, all new targets get all the targets in the area get the same condition, but disease already spreads. So when it spreads to one person and one person maybe has lost it because they had it already spread on them, it's going to spread to them again, right? So we have a way of like completely annihilating the enemy team now. I hope that's how it works out. In theory, that's how it should work out. So I think that's it. We get a power stone remove all death penalty, but there's more missions that we can do. I just don't I need to find the battle plans. I don't know why I can't find any battle plans. So it's kind of annoying. We didn't have a single battle plan. I was really hoping that as we go through that we would find more of the battle plan, or would find some of the battle plans, and that we could continue that. I think I'm gonna just try out this build for a second, kind of go outside. And then I might. I don't have any. Do I have any battle? I used to have like battle plans, like extra battle plans, just sitting in my inventory. And then eventually I was like, why do I have these? And I threw them out. And then now I'm like hating my life for doing that. I don't think I have. That's okay. So I might at some point go around and collect some of these. We already have a power we have 15 power stones now. So this gets rid of all death penalty and gives us a 10% morale boost. But again, it's one of those prestigious items that goes with the armor of salvation, with the grail of might, with the essence of celerity, like all of these like premium items that are very expensive to get. They're very expensive to get. We have another die here. I was gonna sort them. I was trying to like kind of sort them in the color spectrum, but it's kind of weird. It doesn't quite work out when you start doing that. So, sell these. Yes, I don't care. I want money. So much money. All right, let me just try out. Outside of Gunner's Hold. I mean, I'm gonna try the tournament here in a second. I wanna see what happens if I use this combination in the tournament. I mean, most people that we fight are humans, so we're gonna get diseased as well. But I want to see if I get lucky with the piercing damage there.
Why are you
like,
here?
do I immediately just win because it's like so much damage that it does? That would be really interesting. I just want to see. Can I disease these guys? Okay, so they can't bleed. So disease doesn't do so that doesn't do anything. So if they can't bleed, okay, so that's not as useful as I thought it was gonna be, because I forgot the condition that they need to be able to bleed. So if we have something that can bleed, do we have enemies around here that can bleed? None of these can bleed. Oh, hey, I guess it's not that effective if you don't have enemies that can't bleed. Actually, I think, yeah, mantids definitely can bleed. So let's go here, and let's find out if we can't, if this doesn't, like, I want to see if this, like, is as effective as I hope it is. Oh, Sergeant Vestar is here now. Perfect. So we can actually continue our thing. I knew there was more quest. I'm like, I know there's more quests. So I'm gonna talk to him in a second, and we can continue our thing. But I do want to see here. All right. So I'm gonna use that. Disease. They weren't like bundled together, so I guess it doesn't really like. Yeah, and yeah. It probably is like. It probably works really well, and like we have a lot of bleeding on our thing as well. So. You know, I can go from that to this to that, right? Because that I use a lot, so I can use a lot. So, anyways, so there's Sergeant Weststar.
Who goes there?
Master Raleigh, excellent. I have another task for your attention. With the defeat the Char have suffered here, some have begun pulling their forces back. Because of this, one of my scouts saw the Char moving another group of prisoners. They're currently being held in a cave in the Dalada Uplands. That's the area we're in right now. I'm certain this is only transitional, and if we wait too long, the Char will move the prisoners to a more defensible gulag. This may be our best chance to save them. Get to it before the prisoners are chow. So we get another Eben battle standard, but this time of wisdom. And I think our answer was like hee-haw something. I'm like, okay. I was gonna say, I'm like, there's definitely more quests that you can do, and yeah. So that is kind of again, they all kind of chain together in a way, right? But not necessarily. Like, obviously the whole thing with Anton was different to with Sergeant Weststar, but Sergeant Weststar already has like three quests that are all chained together, right? The first one was, it wasn't really a quest, but it was listening to the dialogue outside. Then we had to find the corpse. Then we had to follow them all the way to the menagerie, and then we had to go into the menagerie and kill the enemies in there, the guy in there with his pet or whatever they wanted to call that. Oh my god, so many enemies everywhere. Everywhere, enemies. They're not close enough for this disease to actually spread, which really sucks. Because these enemies, I mean, they really, like... I just think disease is... What is the effect of disease? It does multiple things. Isn't it? No, it does -4 health degeneration. And then it's contagious between creatures of the same kind. Alright, I'm gonna make him bleed and then use disease on him, which means that the other one is gonna get disease as well. So that does work on enemies that do... Oh, this guy isn't bleeding, so that doesn't do anything. So I gotta be more careful on that, I think. But it kind of works out, I think, for the most part. They're gonna come back to life. 100% they're gonna come back to life. Someone is gonna come back to life. Are they not? I don't know how long it takes for them to come back either. Alright, so we have to go all the way. There's a cave, apparently, all the way on the east side. Oh, did you guys see that? 688 damage. We did like half the damage of that boss in one go. In one fell swoop. And I diseased him. So he died. This guy was already diseased. Bleed and disease. Go. Yeah, and whenever you get the big damage, you actually get a dialogue in your thing. So when I got this one, it said 1 arrow, 1 kill. It's just like it's just a message. It's not someone saying that. It's literally just a message, pretty much notifying me that, hey, you got that big big hit out of that. But it has come in really clutch, that ability, for me. There's been many times where that is like really like, I'm like, oh my god, I'm so glad that happened. I'm so glad that I got this big damage out, like, because, you know, it's like maybe facing a boss or something, like, and it gets more dangerous as well. It does more damage later on. So that's one of the things where I'm like, yes, I definitely want to keep that on. I love it. It's one of my favorite skills ever. I love it. I think it's really good.
Who goes there?
24, I'm 1 away. All right, we still got to keep going west. Oh boy, here we go. Let's see if I can get... Oh, nope. Make you bleed, and then disease you, and then maybe do a one-shot, you know. I love the, like, little sniper support coming in. It's really, really cool. it kind of makes me like, I love that idea of sniper support, but like in Guild Wars 1, obviously there wasn't any guns. So the sniper support comes from like, you get like this like Legolas like archer that's from like far away that's shooting or whatever, you know? And it kind of makes me want to like make a character like that, because we kind of have a sniper in Guild Wars 2, right? We have the Deadeye, you know, and we do have the crossbow skin for the rifle. So that kind of makes me want to do like a sniper kind of build, with the crossbow like that, you know? I don't know. I feel like there's like some kind of weird fantasy there. Levels. Leveling. All right, we're getting closer to the cave, you guys. It's on the other side of these hills. We're slowly leveling our stealth agent. I mean, we've gotten some points there. Maximally, we have some scales down here. Alright. Oh, look, there's a cave, you guys. We found the cave. Yeah, I don't know how effective, I don't know how good. I think the, oh, look at that, I got a headshot. Killed that guy in one shot. Good crap, that was awesome. Love that. Come on, give me that. No, didn't get the disease on him. Oh, I did get the disease on him. It immediately spread to all the other ones. Yeah, carry it around with you. Yes, yes, get them all diseased. Yes, I'm totally fine. Look, they're all diseased now. They all have it. COVID-19 spell. So bad. Ow. What the hell? Disease. But yeah, we have so many conditions now. It is amazing. I think we have like almost every condition. We don't have poison. I don't think we have a poison thing. I could potentially do like a... I could add like a ranger in there that has poison or something. But yeah, we have this cool cave here. And we have some flaming scepter mages. Hello. They say it hasn't really been 6 years since we last tasted free air. So these guys have been prisoners for 6 years. Perhaps we should join the war effort and exact horrible, fiery vengeance upon those who held us captive. How I miss my mighty obelisk and how we used to beat down the Char with it. Hi. Oh, I was in... That's nonsense. Do you remember what happened the last time we did that? Oh, yes. Exactly. We got captured again. Well, we could always find a vocation that doesn't involve bloodshed or obelisks. It's true. That world is ours. The world is ours. But it's kind of scary outside. Let's stay here for a while longer and think about it. Good plan. So they want to stay here and think about what they're gonna do and living amongst these plants or whatever. So yeah, we have to technically. I think I'm gonna not teleport back. I'm just gonna run back because there's some interesting stuff to think about. So there's three of them, right? And they kind of hint at like a little bit of the prophecy story. So we do know that the Flaming Scepters. So Flaming Scepter mages are these like elite mages of the Ascalon forces, right? And in Guild Wars 1 prophecies, we actually go and help some of them, right? If you guys remember, we go to Sirmia actually, where they're being held where they were held as prisoners for a long time, and we free them, and we go to the old capital, Draskir. And remember how, like, in Draskir, we had to defend against the Char coming in, and there was 3 obelisks, right? And we had 3 Flaming Scepter mages. and we had to bring them to the obelisks, and then and then we had to defend them against the Char and use that to our advantage until the door opened and we could get through the portal that would then teleport us, like, because that was, you know, that mission happened over here, and it teleported us over here to Nolani Academy, right? And they're kind of hinting at, you know, with this dialogue, they're kind of hinting at that those are the exact same mages that we freed in Prophecies, and then they got recaptured, because first of all there's 3 of them, right? And we leave them behind. Remember, we go through the gate at Draskir and we teleport all the way to the Nolani Academy. That doesn't mean that they came with us, right? So there's 3 of them, and they were in the obelisks, and they got captured again. So that might be the exact same Flaming Scepter mages that we rescued, and then they got recaptured because we kind of just left them to die. And now they're like, you know, we're sick and tired of this. Like, you know, the last time, and the dialogue, if you look at the dialogue specifically, it says, that's nonsense. Do you remember what happened the last time we did that? Oh yes, we got captured again, right? Because we freed them as prisoners in Sirmia, and then we freed them and we brought them to the obelisks, and then they got captured again. So that's where they're hinting at these were the same Flaming Scepter mages that we actually freed in Guild Wars 1, and it's been 6 years since Prophecies. So they were captured right after we left them there, and then 6 years later, boom, they're here and they're prisoners again, right? Like, they got captured right after we left them, and yeah, so that's kind of the story there of these guys.
What news?
One less life in the hands of the Char is one more life saved. Even if the mages do not come to our aid, Char fell when we freed them, and a dead Char for their side is a victory for ours. So then we get this new battle standard of wisdom. You planned a standard of wisdom at your current location. For 18 seconds, non-spirit allies in the area have a 54% chance to halve the recharge time of spells they cast. So 54% chance to get half the recharge of any of the spells. So that's kind of nice. We do rely a lot on adrenaline and stuff like that, and I don't think that we would really benefit from being able to, I don't know. I guess I could see some benefit in there. That might be better than the signet, the disease signet. I'm gonna kind of play with the disease signet a little bit more, but we might change to that. I'm not sure. News? So plan, execute, repeat as necessary. So I think there's more. There has to be more. There's no way that this is it, right? Like, I kind of feel like it needs to, maybe I need to zone in and out again. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm gonna find out I'm gonna find out. Give me a second and I'll be right back, you guys. All right, so it looks like we don't have any more quests. I just kind of looked it up. It looks like there's no more quests until we find Char battle plans. So right now I don't have that, and that's okay. So we're gonna leave here. I mean, we did 3 hours of this stuff, so that's a lot of extra things there. I might come back to that at some point. Like I said, we might do that in between the dungeons or something. But let me try out this ability. Let me try this out. No, there's a wait a minute. No. I want to do the assassin support. I'm gonna do the assassin support instead of that. And see how well I do. I want to just try that out.
Who goes there?
Let's see who we're facing. Lo Sha again. Do you guys remember that? Balsang Iron God? I don't remember who he was. Wasn't he like a dwarf or something? Look, it's Anton. Oh, Lo Sha, my friend. Take all of this. Bleeding. See, this is really good. This is really good. Who's Volsung? No, Volsung was, I forgot who he was. He was the character that we saw in the story. I don't remember who he was. Oh, look, it's Vec, you guys. Have we fought Vec yet? I don't know. I know I did this tournament with you guys. There's no one in the spectators. No one not interested in the spectator group. I should probably swap this around, actually. Do that first. Greetings, Spearmaster Raleigh. I couldn't resist the chance to show off. What does he say? Show off my intellect and ability. Pity that I have to beat you to do it. I did it! See? Perhaps I forgot to carry the one in my battle calculation. Perhaps, Vec. Perhaps that is the issue. Ooh, it's Zoe with Onyx. This is actually interesting that we're facing her. I totally forgot about this interaction, but there's a cool interaction that we get, you guys. So she says, do you seek to challenge me? Had you seen the horn? Oh god, she's attacking. She's a thumper build, just so you guys know. She's a ranger hammer. This is when people talk about thumper build, that's what she had, but Onyx. So you love these birds, don't you? So she actually gives us a journal, and this is to find a black moa on our own. Oh, look, it's Raza, whatever it is. Who's in the spectator? Anton is in the spectator. That's it. She gives us a journal. I'm gonna read her dialogue. It's like, I'm told that doing battle with someone teaches you. Oh god, he actually uses spirits. That's not a good. Why are you? What is the guy? What is he doing? Oh boy, this is bad. Oh, I did it! Yay! Victory! We're actually doing really well. I did not think that this build, like, randomly would be doing so good. But as you guys can see how strong those abilities are that we have? Menlo! Oh, okay. Volsung is back. And Pyre is here. Watch us. Nice. Okay. Now that we know who all these characters are. Look, it's Menlo, you guys. Let's fight against Menlo. Take this, Menlo! Wow. We annihilated him. Oh, look, that is a regular. Forget about Balthazar's, that looks like Herta, but it wasn't her name. That looked like Herta, the elementalist. That is weird. Oh god, we're at the end, guys. This is Magni the Bison. He's the main guy. He's who we need to like be careful of. He's really strong. Just so you look at this, you guys. He's a beast. And he does so much. Look at this. Ember doesn't have a chance. She's dead. Oh my god. Oh my god, he does so much damage. We cannot defeat him. I need to come up with some kind of something. Ah! Ah! Oh god, I'm dead. Wow, Yeah, look at that, 200. Did you guys see that? 212 damage. Holy crap, he's a monster. There's some cheesy builds that you can do, and you have to kind of cheese the builds there. Like, you really, really do, you know?
Never anger a Norn.
Yeah, and the idea is still that we need to do that. Need to win. At some point, like, you can do a permanent, like, there's a spirit, and it's kind of the strategy that Reza was using against us. There's a skill. Oh, he's not even. If you do a ritualist, I'm trying to remember what the name of it is. Is it under channeling? It's what is it called again? There's a really, that's kind of a cool. That's probably something that I'm gonna try to use. I'm gonna have to use spirits. Spirits are really good because, you know, spirits attack individually of me, so I can run around. I can like run around the arena and avoid him while my spirits are doing all the attacking. So that's usually the easiest way to do it. But there's also, maybe it's in here. No. There's a combination. So there's, first of all, there's Shadow Song, which causes blindness for 1 second. So you can kind of use that, which, you know, that makes the attacks miss. But it's Wanderlust, right? So this creates a spirit. Whenever the spirit's attack hits a stationary foe, that foe is knocked down and the spirit loses 70 health. So this is a spirit that you can summon, and you can knock down the foe if that foe is stationary, meaning that I would have to tank his hits. But I think this goes in combination with this, right? All non-spirit foes knocked down within its range are knocked down for at least 3 seconds if you use the Earthbind spirit. Whenever this happens, the spirit loses health. So that's the thing. So you combine the Wanderlust, which knocks down a foe, and I think it only knocks. I think knockdown's only, like, a regular knockdown is 1 second or 2 seconds or something. If you do Earthbind, that is at least 3 seconds that this guy is on the ground. So he's not going to get back up after that. So there's kind of like this interesting build that we would have to like try out, where we do. I don't know if I can. I'm not doing it right now, but at some point I will do that with you guys. I will have to go through and we'll try that out. We'll make a ritualist secondary, and I'm gonna go in and do that because that is like a very cheesy way, but it's super easy to win. Because if you can permanently knock him down, right? Because it's the thing is the spirits attack more often than every 3 seconds. So if the enemy is knocked down for 3 seconds, that Wanderlust spirit is going to keep attacking until its health runs out. And what I could probably do, there's skills that give health to your spirits, where you can like heal a spirit or something. Like I think there is something. So we could like keep that spirit alive, both of those spirits alive, and maybe summon like a different one that does like extra damage or something, and just kind of have them bombard this guy, and we just sit there and wait for this to like go, you know. We can definitely, that's a build we can definitely try out at some point. I do want to do that. I do want to get through the tournament one time, because like I said, there's some cool stuff that you can get from it. Yeah, and there is that. So we have Vec, we had Livia, and who was the other person that we had? When? But we get the journal here, and let's read the dialogue, because it's so long and you don't have time to read the whole thing while this is happening, right? But she says, "Do you seek to challenge me? Had you seen the horrors I've witnessed and my bow has overcome, you might reconsider. Allow me to introduce you to Onyx. You two get acquainted now." And then we defeat her, and she says, "You love these birds, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. They're so noble, so majestic. Perhaps you'd be interested in this book. It tells the tale of how I found my onyx. It might even help you find a black MOA chick of your own. So this is a whole little side quest that you can do where you get this mini, and it's a mini MOA chick. I don't think I even have mine. I had one at some point. I'm the lurk. Hello, Mish King. Welcome. Thanks for the lurk. But yeah, so you can go through the whole thing. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna throw this out. Actually, I've already done this. This is like a long quest that you can do. But this kind of talks about, if you guys remember in when we were in Ilona, there was that hunter that was looking for the little warthog, and he was telling these lies. If you guys remember, he was telling these lies about, oh yeah, I'm this great hunter and I did all these things, and I was attacked by this black MOA in the forest, in the stone forest of Kantha. What was the name? Oh my god, I can't even think of it right now. But anyways, so and then he tells us it's a lie, and it was actually this other huntress that did it. And then we find out that it's actually Zhou who is that huntress right here. She's actually the huntress that did that, because she's the one that lost her eye in that moment, in that fight that he talks about. That is when she lost her eye, and it was to a black MOA. And there's like a whole story to it. And so when we face her in the tournament, we actually get a journal where we can kind of learn about her journey, and we can do all of that stuff. And then we can get like a black MOA chick, which is a mini, and you can unlock that. But I'm not doing all of that. So I think you can regain that journal too. I think I can talk to her and she'll give me her journal again or something. I think there's a way to regain that. But yeah, so we did that for a second. That was kind of cool. I'm gonna keep that disease signet on me. I want to do some polymog. Let's go do some polymog. So who do I need to talk to? I think I need to go to Rada soon, right? Hope you're doing good, Mish King. I don't think I'm going to be live too much longer. I'm probably going to go until like 10. We're going to go for like another like 50 minutes or so. We'll kind of hang out and do that. And then next time we're going to start with some dungeons. Next time I stream this, we're going to do some dungeons. And I might do another one of these where we do some other, because there's Norn quests that we can do where you can get skills there. And, you know, I want to do the tournament still. And there's some more dwarven stuff that we can do as well. I want to kind of do that. So there's a couple more things that we can do, right? But anyways, so problem? This is a difficulty master, and it's a solo quest. I've arranged a match for you against. So remember, this is polymog. So we have been fighting all these other polymog people all around, right? But we couldn't continue because we hadn't finished the Ebon Vanguard quest line. But now that we have finished all of Eye of the North, we can actually go there. So we get Summon Naga Shaman, which is another summon, right? Remember, a big part of the Asuran skills are summoning, right? So we got to summon Ice Imp and Ruby Jin, which Ice Imp is really cool for if you're trying to do like a water elementalist. You could have an Ice Imp that you can summon on your side. So that's really cool. But yeah, so I've arranged a match for you against a particularly vicious opponent. He's the only char I've encountered with the patience and skill to learn the game. Dune Teardrinker is his name. His pieces are so rare you may never find others like them. Be careful if you win though. Char don't take kindly to losing. Okay, so and that guy is all the way out here in the Doomlore Shrine. Just finished my weekly in Guild Wars 2 doing season. I gotta do my weeklies. I mean, obviously I haven't, the weeklies came, you know, we had those. Kaboom, you're nuked. This is character's name. But yeah, remember, there's Dune Teardrinker. We've seen him before, but doing season 1 story on my new main soon. Just need a Gift of Might and Gift of Magic to finally finish my legendary fractal back piece. Nice. Gift of Might and Gift of Magic aren't too hard. Luckily, you get so many different ways of getting that. You know, it's not a specific where you have to do like I dislike the ones where you have to do like a specific game mode and you have to do just that, or like a specific thing in like this is where you get it, right? Gift of Might and Magic, those items you can find anywhere. You can dismantle items, you know, by crafting or whatever. You can just play about anything in order to get those things, you know. buy it from the trade post would give you even more options of doing stuff. All right, we have this guy. Hello. Weekly vault to get gift of magic, gift of might and magic. Ah, there you go.
I am not impressed.
I learned polymorph from those big-eared creatures. I collect the pieces worthy of a great warrior. I eradicated those with the same pieces. I am an original. I am unstoppable. Do you dare to face me? I wish to play you in a game of polymorph. So I don't know how well I'm going to be doing. But remember the loading screen that we had there? Yeah, this is the loading screen right here. I remember how I told you guys keep that in mind. That loading screen in the chart area. And it's kind of cool because we're somewhere over here. Like I'm guessing, you know, we can't see Krokotoric, but you know, if we like, unfortunately we can't see anything here. But yeah, I don't know exactly where we are, but it says right over here. Krokotoric is right over here. So I don't know exactly how close we are. It's probably in between the two areas. It's in between the Grothmar War Downs and the Saknoth Valley, probably somewhere down here or something. Where it's this like tranquil little area. It's a really cool arena, I love it, with the little waterfall going on here, and you're on this like little island. But this is the loading screen that we get, right? This is the loading screen. There's the tree with the little waterfall, and then you get the like little hills in the background. So just remember that scene, and then we're gonna go, once it loads back into another area, you're gonna see that. But anyways,
What's your problem?
so we have some really cool pieces. We did get some really cool pieces. I think I went with the like elemental pieces, right? So I'm gonna try to do that again. But he has Char Shaman, a Flame Caller, and a Titan. So he has some very unique pieces. So I think I'm gonna, I don't know, I'm gonna just do whatever. I don't really remember how this worked, so. Oh, no, that was bad, see. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Damn it. No, I messed up. See, I'm not good at polymorph, you guys. Just so you guys know. I'm not good at polymorph. Energy. Come on, go. Boom, boom. No, one more. No, we did it. All right, one piece to feed it. Oh boy. I'm just gonna attack. I'm gonna try to do as much damage as I can. Uh-oh, he did a ton of damage there. Oh god, okay. Alright, we're doing pretty good though. We've been doing we're doing pretty good. I'm gonna go with the Ice Elemental now. Let's kind of read. I don't think we've used this. You gain for 30 seconds you gain. Oh, I want to use that immediately, right away. Cause freeze target for the target foe struck for 600 damage, and for 10 seconds all glyphs cast by that foe take an additional 1 second. Ooh, that's kind of nice. Okay. Haha, I interrupted him. That actually worked for once in my life. Wow, so rude, but I'm gonna just use this. This one. under 50% health. So I can use this. Oh my god. Oh, I did it. Okay. Action denied. The round has not started yet. Okay. So the round is gonna start. And I'm gonna do this. Savannah Heat. Okay, we're doing pretty good. I still have another. Oh, I did that. Perfect. Okay. I'm trying to focus. I'm sorry, you guys, if I'm not super entertaining right now. Let's do this. And let's do this. Oh, God. If I can't. There we go. Oh my god, that piece is he's so strong. He's so strong. Oh my god. Okay, well I got him to halfway, so we should be okay. Fire Elemental, he does a ton of damage. I want to start with the fireball. So I'm gonna do the polymorph block first. And then use that. So use that immediately. And then set him on fire after that. I'm gonna try to set him on fire after that. So I'm gonna do, okay, so I'm gonna do 5. Use that. Use this. My next one cannot be interrupted. Boom. Set on fire. It does a ton of damage. Oh, I was busy worried about this. But that's okay. Well, we're fine. He was set on fire. Yeah, we did it. All right, cool. All right, so remember, look at this scene. So wait until like the loading screen comes, and then you'll see that this is actually the loading screen of the area. Look at that. See, with the tree and the hills in the background and the waterfall. I mean, my computer is a little too fast for these, but yeah. So we did that. He had a very unique piece. He had that Titan piece and the chart pieces and stuff. But he wasn't that difficult. I feel like we've had more difficult fights, polymorph fights.
Most curious.
You only not only did you defeat Dune Tear Drinker, but you returned in one piece. All right, so we get a Naga Shaman that we can summon, who has stoning. So all of these, just so you guys know, all of these abilities, all of these, they all have like a different element to them. Ruby Jin is fire, and it uses Immolate, which is a fire ability. Naga Shaman, while it is a Naga, which is a water creature, it uses stoning, which is an earth element. And then you have the Ice Imp, which is a water element, and it uses ice spikes. So you have those abilities. So we got that guy. So this again would be kind of cool on an earth elementalist, maybe, to use stoning on there. You know, but we don't want to really use that. So now we have defeated all of the opponents in all the different areas. So now you have defeated all of your opponents. So now we're going to face him, I think, right? You have defeated all the opponents I could find for you. It is now time you and I go head to head. You have come far quite quickly. Far faster than I would have expected considering your mental limitations. But now you face certain defeat. My tactics are flawless, my ability legendary. All those you have played before are but children compared to my infinite skill and lifetimes of training. Are you certain you're prepared for what lies ahead? And we summon a Mersad. You can summon a literal Mersad, you guys. And then you get a Mirage Iboga piece. Prepare yourself for an old-fashioned butt-kicking Infinity Boy.
Most curious.
And I can't even register my new piece. I wanted to register my aloe seed piece.
Can you be helped?
Oh no, I have to go. Wait a minute. I wanna register. I wanna maybe use that aloe piece. Hold on. Let's go back here. Over here. Polymark registration, that's where I need to go. I thought I needed to talk to Hoff, but it's actually a different character. right,
You aren't
so
from around
I
here.
should register my aloe seed piece. Boom, done. All
What
right,
now?
let's do it. So we go actually back to the Polymar Crossing one out here. It's really cool. So I love this. This is so beautiful. I wish this was part of the actual map. Oh, it's so peaceful. Like, I love it with the sun coming through and stuff.
You aren't from around here.
Let's try the aloe piece. I'm gonna try the aloe piece. The fire elemental is really, really good. And I like the earth elemental. I don't like really the... So we have a Mersat, a Naga, and a Dolyak. Interesting. So that is what the master... And these are our pieces here.
What's your problem?
So I think I'm going to start with the aloe seed because I have no idea what the aloe seed can do. So it is a monk. 120 damage. Remove the hex... The last hex placed upon you. If a hex removes your enemy... Oh my god, your enemy. Jesus. Target foe is casting a spell. That spell is interrupted. Okay, this is not the greatest, but this doesn't cost anything, so I don't know. We'll see. Look at my little aloe, you guys. Oh my god, why did I do that? Has a lot of energy. I think it has a lot more energy than others do. So that is the one thing that this creature has, but it doesn't do a lot of damage. So I don't have a hex on me. I don't know why I use that. This is a very situational piece. I feel like there's like certain enemies that you want to face off against. With this piece, I feel like it's not. I don't know if I'm gonna. Oh my god, you guys! I just got completely destroyed. Yeah, I don't think we're doing very good at all. I'm gonna retry that. I'm gonna have the same setup that I had earlier with the 3 elementals. Because there's no way I would have won that piece. I wanted to try it out, but it's a very strange piece to be getting as like the final piece. It's really not that strong, but he says this will all be too easy. Consider this your final exam. Did you study? This will be all too easy. Now so your puny brain can handle a test.
Most curious.
All right, so let's do that again, and let's
You
actually
aren't from around here.
do ice elemental, earth elemental, fire elemental. Oh, he has different pieces now. There's a dragon. Okay, all right.
Can you be helped?
We're gonna start with the ice elemental. Let's go. All right, Wind Rider, Dragon, and Dolyak. All right, so let's start with this. Maybe it doesn't have more energy. Maybe I'm just crazy. I interrupted you. Did you get? What? The next spell that targets me fails. It was supposed to fail. Why did it not fail? Why did it go through? That is not okay, bro. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What in the hell? How is this working? How is this not? This is frustrating. Please. I don't have enough to do this even. Dude. What in the hell? No. Oh, we lost. Jesus, that is a powerful piece. Just constantly interrupting me, and then the spells still work. That is so frustrating. Alright. That's okay. We're doing okay. He's one attack away from being done.
What's your problem?
So, oh god, it's the camera like reset there. I'm just gonna attack immediately. He doesn't have a lot of health, and okay, all right. Next piece. Okay, the dragon piece. I don't know what that means. 800 damage. Casting spell interrupted. Okay. Oh my god. Alright, you guys, here we go. Right, that did a lot of damage, that was good. And then now I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna try to do that. Boom, alright, cool. Do one more thing here, do this. Power my next attack up. An extra 200 damage there. Come on. Okay. Ooh, okay, this is bad. We're at 9 health. We're not looking good at all, you guys. Ah. Oh no. This is gonna be bad.
Now?
We only have the fire elemental. Okay. So we're gonna have to do the same thing that we did before. We do this. Okay. Whew. This is actually tough. Alright, so this. No. Oh my god, I cannot with you right now. That is the most annoying thing ever. He's interrupted every single thing I threw at him. Good for you, buddy. Good for you. Oh my god, he did so much damage, but that's okay. We're using this. Alright, let's do this. Let's try this. Let's focus on just doing damage. A ton of damage, please. No! Please! Work. Okay. Oh my god, I can do this. Come on. Oh, we did it. No, we didn't. Wait, what? Wait, first of all, how did he hit me twice with that? Holy crap, I still had health. Why was my... Wait. What? That doesn't make sense. I don't know what happened there. I don't know what happened there. I still had health. I was like looking at my health and then all of a sudden I was dead. And I'm like, what? And he didn't, it didn't look like he hit me with a, maybe they didn't show it in the screen down there. What hit me, what killed me or something. Oh man, it was so close. Couple of attacks. All right. Maybe try the Kappa the Kappa thing, because that's kind of, let's try that. Let's start with that. Oh god, now we have a Gaki polymorph piece. I don't even know what the frick. Yeah, whatever. Interrupt me all you want. I don't care. Oh my god, it's one of those super interrupty ones. Super annoying. Stop it. Oh boy. And I'm not using my interruption at the right time. Okay, I'm not doing good right now, you guys. Dude, he perfectly every single time he like waits for me to use that ability. I can't pay attention to all of the things all at the same time, so I don't know when to interrupt. Just interrupted him. Dude, this is so bad. This is not good at all. Oh, that was bad.
You aren't from around here.
That was bad. Super bad. Okay, I need to go with this one. To just completely annihilate him right off the bat. I need to get him out of here. Boom. Alright. I know that but look at that. How much health I already lost. Jeez. Yeah, this is... I don't think this is going to be... I don't think this is going to be any better. Oh god. Trying to interrupt him. This, I want to do this, I want to do that. Oh my god, that was so much damage again. Oh. Oh, no, no, no. Why am I casting that? Stop it. Stop casting it. Wow, that Spirit Rip does so much damage.
Can you be helped?
I don't think I'm gonna make that, you guys. I don't think it's gonna happen for me. Oh, this is tough. His pieces are like really powerful. That is really, oh great, now I got the Titan crap to deal with. I tried to, wait, why did I interrupted him? How did that work? What? Yeah, we're not making this. Oh my god, this is so bad. I'm kind of losing my concentration right now because I'm just... Oh my god, how is this so bad? Jesus. Jesus Christ. How is this so close every single time? Jeez. Something burn. I want something that's like I want something like Jacaranda, but I don't know. I want like almost like a magical, like a I want a little bit more magical pet of some sort. I don't know. I don't really know what I mean by that, but I want a more magical pet. Everything else is very like straightforward. They like use the abilities. Like the Jacaranda are close to what I want, but I don't like Jacaranda the way they look. But I want something like that. Something that uses like magic and stuff, like has magic spells. That's what I want for a pet.
What now?
Or obviously another owl pet, but oh, let's try that again. So, oh, it's a different arena. Remember this arena? This was nice too.
You aren't from around here.
What piece do I want to use? Obviously, I want to use one of these down here, but go back maybe to the ice elemental. Yeah, maybe. All right, what does he have? Titan, Iboga, and Mersat. I don't know. That's probably a bad combo on all of those things. Oh god, we're starting with Mersat. That bodes well. That was not the way that was supposed to go, but that's okay. I'm gonna try to protect myself here with frozen armor, give myself some more health. Come on. Come on, just attack. Okay. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna try to do the armor, because I will have no health as soon as that armor goes away. Come on, come on, come on. Please, please, please work. Okay. Woo. Ah, I didn't interrupt them in time. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm just gonna go attack, 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 attack. Okay. Kind of like warrior rifle, but like a very dual pistol or rifle. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Dual pistol though? I don't know. Dual pistol. I think they'd probably get rifle, but not dual pistol. I don't think they're gonna do that. But like I said, I think it's gonna be more of something like one weapon for everyone. I'm still hoping that it's Trident, because I'm almost done with my legendary
Most
Trident.
curious.
So okay, we're gonna do Earth Elemental here. All right. Oh, I don't know why I cast that. That's not... Whatever. Ah, damn it. I did it too early. Ooh, Obsidian Flame worked. Wow, okay. That is actually really nice. Come on, end it, end it, end it, end it. Earthquake. Oh, he still got a last attack in there. All right, we're doing pretty good here, though. We're doing pretty good. I still have another piece in reserve, so we're doing pretty good here. Oh God, he like interrupted me enough, I guess, to. No. I don't know what's happening. I'm so nervous right now. That's what it is. No, do that. Do that. Yes. Okay, good. We got like another attack in.
What now?
All right. Start the round. So I'm gonna start with this. Go with that. Just to do a chunk of damage there. Do this. Try this. Boom, that worked. Perfect. So now he's bleeding. Interrupt him there. Nice. That was a lot of damage right there. Come on, just attack. Just attack. Just attack. Just attack. Doesn't matter. We did it! Woohoo! Holy crap. The attack for Spellbreaker and Warrior and Dual Pistol regarding just new weapons. Don't see any harm. I don't know. It's, the thing is, like... Yeah, I don't know. It really... I don't know what they're doing for new weapons. I don't have really any feelings on Ranger. There's so many classes now that have kind of like stopped playing. I mean, I've been playing my Ranger a lot more, but I'm happy with the weapons that he has. So I've kind of like, because we have so many weapons available that I'm at the point where I'm like, I don't really know what I would be asking for. Scepter. Ranger, a nice hand option. Yeah, Scepter. I mean, they could do some like a nature-based weapon for the ranger, like, you know, nature magic based weapon, nature caster weapon, but that's more offensive, right? Where like the staff is healing, they could do something that's full on like condition damage for the scepter or something. That would be kind of cool. Right.
Can you be helped?
Incredible. I'm quite astounded that your puny brain could contain all of my teachings, and yet here's the proof. I must congratulate myself. I am without a doubt the greatest polymorph teacher in the world. Well, we get Summon Mersad. So this is enervating charge, which is, again, this is actually kind of like, I don't know if that's not a mesmer skill, is it? Enervating charge. No, I think that's an air magic. So we have fire, we have earth, we have water, and we have air. So those are the 4 elements. So he's an air mage. The Mersad over here is. So that's kind of cool. I think I might take that just to show you guys, just to show off like a Mersad like that. Like, I think it's kind of cool to be able to summon your own Mersad. But that's the end of the quest line there.
What's your problem?
I wish to play you in a game of polymorph. So you can play him, and he like has all these different pieces. And then we get the Mirage Iboga piece, which is like the 1 golden piece that we get. So we could try that out. Let's actually try out. Yeah, and I think I can now go to the other polymorph players, and I can ask them to battle me as well. But
what's your problem?
I want to try out. Oh. Huh? Why can't I use
what now?
the pieces that I just registered? Oh, it has to be 1. Wait, I don't know what I just picked. What did I just pick? Fire? Oh, that's nice. Fire Elemental and the Mirage Iboga. Let's start with the Mirage Iboga. All right, so this is a mesmer. Foe takes 100 damage. If that foe was casting a spell, you deal plus 50 damage. If the target foe's spells take an additional 1 second to cast, but they deal 40 damage on each spell's completion. Okay. For 1 second, target foe takes 100 damage each second. Ooh. Okay. All right. Interesting. So let's play him again with this Iboga piece. I guess that didn't work. I don't know. It's not that great of a ability or a piece, I don't think. It warrants being like a golden piece, but it's not bad. Fun. Calculator risk. Alright.
Can you be helped?
Fire M piece. Start the round. Alright, I'm gonna do meteor first. Yeah, probably going meteor, and then set him on fire. If that goes through. If not, oh, it did go through. I actually like this piece. The fire end piece is actually pretty good. Oh god. Oh god, I wasn't ready. I thought I was to defeat him before that happened. Oh my god, he ended up doing so much damage before he was dead. Jesus. That's okay. God. Polyblock Mind Shock. I don't have that piece.
What's your problem?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Be that way. It's okay. I don't care. I really don't. The Fire Elemental is still, in my opinion, the best piece. Wow. Okay, stop interrupting me. Really annoying. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, one more. Did it! I won again! Yay! Maybe the Aboga piece didn't do it for me. But you can gain reputation points from this, but only like 90. I'm like, I need like 110,000 for the final. Oh, I was gonna tell you guys, so like, I saw that earlier, but like, so the points between, like, as you guys can see, the leveling, how you know, we saw this, right? Like, we needed, what, 9,000 or something points in order to get to tier 3, right? And now we need 16. By the time you get to like level 9, so for tier 9 to tier 10, it's 90,000 to 110,000. So you need 20,000 points. So you need more than like the first 3 levels, almost the 3 levels combined. Like, not, you know, but you just see what I'm saying. Like, it's close to like that kind of, it's crazy how many points you need as you move on. But we don't get another piece. I wonder if there's a way to get other pieces or something. I'm not sure. I don't know. Guess not.
Can you be helped?
Anyways. Only thing I left were for them add a scepter and short bow where it's got a rough, unless it just comes out of nowhere and gives entire new weapon types. Well, or main hand pistol. There's main hand pistol that the warrior doesn't have. I feel like there's another weapon. No, I think they have everything else, don't they? Oh, focus. Offhand focus. And just like you said, they would never add offhands to focus out of the picture. I mean, they would... what I said is they would never add offhands to main hands, is what I said. Like, we have never seen an offhand become a main hand, so I don't think they're ever going to do that, but we could see an offhand focus for warrior, which is like, you know, I mean, that could still work. There's still plenty of main hands that could work with, you know. Into main hand, because they gave a few specs offhand like shield, chronomancer, and herald. Yeah, I mean, they've done offhands, but what I was saying is they would never do, because people are saying like, oh, they need to give us like dual wield focus for like warrior and stuff, right? For like the brawler type or whatever. But the thing is, they've never given an offhand into a main hand. We have never seen a main hand torch. We've never seen like one that's exclusively offhand, right? Like the focus, the shield, the torches, right? Those are all like offhand exclusive, and they've never come into main hand ever. We've never seen them. We've seen like things like daggers, right? But that's main hand, right? Main hand and offhand, right? We've seen swords, axes, like those things are all like main hand and offhand, right? They have both, but we have never seen an offhand that's exclusively an offhand, like a shield or a focus or a torch, come to the main hand. So, late into the game would be lame main hands, and yeah, I mean, I don't know. I you know, I don't know. I don't know how I would feel about that. I think people with how they're delaying the next expansion and stuff like that, I don't know how people feel about any of this stuff, and I don't know how I feel about like what am I expecting to get. Like I'm hoping that it's Trident. I really hope it's Trident. I hope that everyone, like, if we're in the twilight years of Guild Wars, I'm hoping that they're they're really gonna say, hey, we're,
Can you
you know,
be helped?
since Guild Wars 2 is kind of like ending, which they know but we don't, right? But we're gonna give you weapons that have like a lot of skills on them, right? And like you get like a full five weapons, right? And I think the whole idea of, hey, we're gonna give you weapons that are that kind of have their own mechanic, because we're not giving you an elite specialization as the trade-off, which is, I feel like, what they've learned, which is one of the things they've learned about Seekers of the Obscure, right? I think one of the things that Seekers of the Obscure kind of had is that the new weapons didn't really feel that unique. They were kind of just like, oh, it's another weapon. So with Janthia Wilds, I feel like they really wanted to do like, hey, we're going to be adding like a new weapon, but they all have like their own mechanics, right? So while we're not giving you an elite specialization, we want to make these new weapons interesting enough that they have their own thing going on, right? Like the spear, right? Like every class had the spear do something interesting in their own different way. And I think they're probably going to like maybe not reiterate, but iterate on that, where they kind of are like saying like, you know, we kind of like that idea. We're not giving you elite specializations, but we're giving you a weapon, you know, where I think, and another thing was kind of the idea that, like, where certain classes kind of felt left out a little bit because they only got like a main hand of this or an offhand of this or whatever. Like, I can't even think of all the Secrets of the Obscure weapons now, but like what Thief got like axe main hand, for example, right? It kind of feels crappy when there's classes that get like full 5 skills versus, like you said, you know, and then some only get like, oh, you know, 3 skills, or, you know, it's an offhand, it's only 2 skills, you know. So I think ArenaNet is like, I think they've really narrowed it down where they're like, no, we want to do it where it feels like everyone is getting the same thing, right? So we want to give you 5 skills for every class, and we want to give you like something mechanic wise. It's not like a whole new elite spec, but hey, we want to give you some kind of mechanic to work on. And I think that really worked out for them in that sense, because spear on a lot of classes feels very interesting. On some of them it's very lackluster and it's kind of stupid, and you know, they kind of took some of the uniqueness away, like with the warrior and stuff, and you know, it kind of feels a little bland now. It's just like a random power weapon, and then they nerfed it and now it doesn't even feel that great of a weapon overall. But I think there's something like where this, you know, where I think they want to iterate on that whole idea that they had. I love how these guys are cheering and they're hanging out, and Talon is like, I don't care for this. You need assistance? My sword is faster than the zephyr wind of my people. I am here to help. Oh, is it because they're cheering for him, and she is mad because, yeah, she's mad because all these women are around Menlo, and I love this, like, this is so environmental storytelling, right? And Losha's over here, and he's like, yeah, okay, Menlo's getting all the attention from the women. He's disappointed, right? She's mad because, you know, kind of the same. Yeah, look at that. I love that. And they're all like, oh yeah. I love that so much. And these two are just over here minding their own business. Let me in. Let me into your house. What? Did you guys see that spinny thing? I was like spun around. That was weird. Yeah, I'm weird. I love Ranger to get an offhand sword, but like the main hand sword for Ranger to be revamped. And like at all. Yeah, I don't like Ranger Spear either, and I don't think ArenaNet is either, because that is one spear set that they have non-stop been like adjusting the numbers on, because I don't think that they like it themselves, because I think the problem with it is that, you know, every weapon had their own mechanic and stuff like that, and they kind of shoehorned the mechanic into for the Ranger, but it felt completely off. Like, if that same mechanic had been I think that mechanic of like, hey, going stealth and then using stealth attacks would have been so much better on the Thief. I think that would have worked so much better on the Thief. And I think having the thief mechanic of having the flip over skills would have worked way better on the ranger. Like, I think they should have swapped those two, in my opinion. I think while I do think the thief spear is cool and all, but I really think they could have done something like more interesting, because there's already there's already stealth built into the whole kit of thief, and it's already part of the class thing. So if they had really done like, you know, flip over skill, instead of getting one flip over skill, like one ambush skill, having all of these ambush skills on this weapon, like, I think that would have been kind of cooler, I think. But yeah, I don't know. I think Ranger Sword is never going to see a revamp. That is one of the weapons that's seen the most revamps in all of Guild Wars 2. There are certain weapons that have seen a lot of revamps in the past, and I don't think we're ever going to see a Ranger Sword revamp ever again. If we see any weapon revamp, mind you, the last weapon revamp was like complete revamp. I don't even know what the last weapon was, but it's been a long time now. I don't think we're going to see any more complete weapon revamp. So it's unfortunate, but that is the again, we don't know. I think ArenaNet, within the next few months, I think before the next expansion comes out, ArenaNet needs to sit down and they need to give us a blog post, and they need to give us a blog post specifically about what the plan is for the future. Because the problem is that they gave us a plan for the future after End of Dragons, saying, hey, we're going to do smaller expansions and blah, 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 blah. But that seems to be kind of failing them, because they're not, none of the expansions, I'm not saying that they're bad, but I feel like they haven't been received as well as they maybe could have or should have. And I think ArenaNet really needs to sit down, and they really need to talk about what it is that they're going to be doing with Guild Wars 2. Do we have Guild Wars 3 coming out? Do we have another game coming out? Like, what is going on with the resource allocation? What is going on, like, with the future? You know, is this what they envisioned? Like, I kind of want them to go and say, hey, we've looked at the last two expansions, and, you know, we kind of feel like this is the right path for Guild Wars. Or they need to sit down and say, well, this, you know, this is not the right path for Guild Wars, but this is kind of like an intermission between, you know, the whole Dragon Saga, which was the big thing. Like, Guild Wars 2, you guys remember, Guild Wars 2 was built on the dragon story. Like, the icon of Guild Wars 2 is a dragon. Like, just to put it in simple terms, like, the whole game was built around Elder Dragons. It wasn't built around having all these other stories and having all these other things, right? So, you know, is this what they or what they're envisioning for the future of Guild Wars 2? Is this what they want to continue for the next 5-6 years? Or do they want to do something else? You know, like, well, I really think just put bleed sags on a few of his spear skills and let it interact with hidden barbs trait. That would be kind of cool. I would like that a lot. I would like making that a full-on Condi weapon. I think I would be okay with that, because I think there's some really cool Condi stuff that Ranger has that you could, like, if you put like a bunch of bleed on on some of those ambush skills and stuff, you could make like a really cool, but it's kind of like this weird, like, it's this weird power weapon, but it doesn't do like that well in the power department, and then it has like these random conditions that are kind of on it, and it feels kind of like it doesn't have a place in the Ranger kid, and there's no synergy with any of the trades. So I agree with you. But yeah, we need a full-on no holds barred, very open cadence of what's coming. I mean, and that's the thing, like, ArenaNet needs to be, there needs to be a point where they kind of are like, instead of just saying they're very open, they need to actually be open. I think it's the way that this is going right now. Yes, Guild Wars 2 is doing fine because we're getting new players, right? They have new players coming into the game, new people playing the game, blah 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 blah. But the thing is that, can they sustain that, right? All of these new people that are coming since Steam, right? We've been getting a bunch of new people coming and stuff like that. They're eventually going to get bored of the content. And we haven't been getting that much content in the last few years to keep all these people occupied. So once all of these new people starts slowly catching up to the content, and the numbers of new people start slowing down because, you know, new games are coming out, new gaming systems. Like, I can tell you right now, we're probably going to see a huge number of people kind of start slowing down as, like, Nintendo Switch, for example, Nintendo Switch 2 comes out. Because a bunch of people are going to be, like, you know, a huge number of players is going to probably jump on that. I'm going to be one of them. You know, I'm probably going to take a break from Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1 just to play Nintendo Switch 2. Like, it's going to happen, you know? So I think that people need to, or not people, but ArenaNet needs to kind of look at that, and they need to realize, like, the way that the content is coming out, people are going to outplay the content as it comes out. Even the new players, yes, there is, you know, 12 years of content that they can play, 13 years of content that they can play, whatever, right? Like, but I've seen so many people that don't care about the story go into the game, which means that they're just going to be rushing through all of these maps and stuff like that to get to the raids, to get to all of the endgame stuff, to hang out and do whatever, maybe do map completion and stuff like that. But they focus so long on the story, which, you know, again, us veterans, we cared about that story. But many of the new players, they don't care about the story anymore. Many of the new players, they don't care for the story. They just want to play through the game. They just want to do whatever, you know. It's already taken a break myself. I mean, that's what I'm thinking, right? Like, I think a lot of veterans are starting to take breaks, and the new players, I think many of the new players aren't really interested in the story because they look at it as in, like, well, there was Guild Wars 1 and then there was Guild Wars 2, and we're 13 years late to the story of Guild Wars 2. And I think a lot of people, like, if I were to start a game that's 13 years old, I'm not going to jump in there and be like, man, let me just, like, catch up on the story, right? Like, you're going to be like, no, I want to be where the current players are, right? Like, I want to go to, like, Janthir because that's where they are, and I don't care about the story. I just want to get there. I want to be, you know, do the stuff that the current people are doing and whatever, you know? And I think they're kind of losing the people because many people aren't willing of going through 13 years of content, of story, and sitting there and learning about all of these things in order to catch up with the stuff that's happening now. You know, I did my intro series, and it's one of the lowest viewed videos, like, series that I've had in a long time, you know, because people don't care about that anymore. You know, it's unfortunate, but that's just how it is. So I think ArenaNet needs to take a hard look at that, and they need to understand that, you know, Guild Wars 2 is slowly dying as a game. It is, and that's just the matter of fact. Like, it's slowly dying. Like, yes, we're getting new people, but I think the model that we have right now is not sustainable for the game. It is not deep enough in the lore and rich enough in the story and interesting enough in the characters that it has, that it tells, that it shows. You know, the many of the features that we're used to getting are not there anymore. No more elite specializations. The masteries feel incredibly bland. They're not interesting anymore. You know, the mounts, we're just reiterating on the mounts. We're not adding new mounts to it. You know, there's so many different things that is slowly just like, you know, you're adding these lackluster systems into the game that don't feel as deep as, you know, and as engaging as older systems, which means that people are going to start losing interest quicker. And, you know, yes, we're only 2 expansions into these annual expansions, but, you know, give it another 2 years when we're 4 years into this, you know, we have 4 expansions of this. I think we're going to start seeing numbers decline. I think people are going to get kind of fed up with the stuff that they're doing. And I think ArenaNet needs to really come out and talk about what the plan is for the future soon, you know. Soldier has been around the same as dying, so yeah, go in too far. And that's just the, you know, and people always want to say, whenever I bring that up to people, always want to say, like, oh, you know, that's just doomer talk, you know, that's just how it is. Like, asking for a game to live beyond 13 years this game has been going on, and it's doing really well. Like, it's doing really well for a 13-year-old game, you know, but eventually all things come to an end. Like, that's just the way of it, especially in the gaming industry. especially in the gaming industry in this day and age, where new games are coming out every year and new systems and new, you know, whatever, right? And like you know, new graphics and new you know, like this stuff is just, you know, that's just how it goes, you know. 13 years is a long time, and I think Guild Wars 2 succeeded on so many levels. So many things about Guild Wars 2 are just amazing. They're really, really great. That is, you know, it's not to say that it was a failure in any shape or form, but I just, you know, any of the, like, it's gonna come to an end, you know. It's eventually gonna come to an end, and I, you know, people that are holding on to Guild Wars 2 and being like, no, this is the be all end all to my gaming, like, you need to realize it can't be, you know. Like, look at Guild Wars 1. Like, many people thought the same thing about Guild Wars 1, and Guild Wars 1, yeah, it has some people still playing, you know. I'm here, I'm streaming, I'm doing the whatever. There's some people hanging out. This guy, I watched him, like, walk around and do his thing, you know. There's still people playing, but it's far from an active game, let's be real, and it hasn't seen any content updates in a long time. So you know, that's gonna be the future of Guild Wars 2, probably sooner rather than later, and people need to get on board with there's gonna be other things. And I think if we encourage ArenaNet to, like, let go, you know, like, stop holding on and, like, you know, get us involved in the next thing. I mean, I understand that this is their only, Guild Wars 2 is their only game that they're making money with right now, so they can't really just drop it, you know. But I think they need to tackle it in the sense of, like, this is what I wish for the next expansion, or the expansion after that, is that they are honest with us. They're like, here's a trailer for Guild Wars 3, and the next expansion that we have coming out is going to be the Eye of the North of Guild Wars 2, meaning a transitional expansion, and then give us a Hall of Monuments, and kind of say, hey, don't stop playing Guild Wars 2, because we still need your money, right? Like, but, like, continue playing Guild Wars 2, but, you know, here's something to reward you for playing Guild Wars 2 that you can earn, you know, you can earn in Guild Wars 2 that you can use in Guild Wars 3, right? Like, give us the same thing, because I think that was a genius move on ArenaNet's part. One of the things that was really great about the transition between the two games, and they need to redo that. That website still exists. They just need to work on that website and kind of just be like Hall of Monuments for Guild Wars 2 and Hall of Monuments for Guild Wars 3, right? And they just need to kind of, like, have that where you can earn rewards for Guild Wars 3 and keep their game alive, but they need to be honest with us, you know? Each year that goes by is a miracle. I mean, I don't know if I would call it a miracle. I think that because of the successes that ArenaNet had with Guild Wars 2, that is a testament to the longevity and survivability of, like, the game itself, because of how robust some of these things that they have built, right? They've built some of these things that they stand out as, like, just being so good that people want to continue playing this game, right? Like, the mounts, right? Even the, like, the vertical progression in a lot of ways was just genius, right? Like, because so many gamers that, you know, from the 90s and early 2000s, they're now grown-ups with responsibilities and blah, 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 blah. They don't have time for geared treadmills anymore, right? And ArenaNet has really, they tripled down on that and be like, we're never raising the level cap, but we're giving you other ways that you can progress through the game, right? We're giving you other ways that you still feel like you're earning something in game, right? With, like, legendary armory and all of these things, you know? So I think, I don't know if it's really a miracle as much as it's a testament to the amazing game that Guild Wars 2 is. You know what I mean? Like, I really think, but yeah, it's gonna, eventually that's gonna wear out. You know, I think there's so many people nowadays that are filling out their legendary armory. You know, like, I'm not even looking at the new back piece that's coming in, unless it's, like, a really cool looking back piece that has some really unique, like, fashion to it, where there's, like, different versions of it, or different, like, I'm not looking to make that. The new spear, so many people made the new spear, but they made it a month after the new spear released. Like, I see everyone running around with the new spear, and I'm like, well, that lasted, like, a month for people that had money. They just outright, like, bought the things they needed for it and just made it, you know? Like, that's the thing, is like, you know, how many more legendary things can you add to the game to make it feel unique? You know what I mean? And it's like where you where people want to go for that, right? Like, they're kind of exhausting the avenues of the systems that they've had, and they haven't added any new systems that would kind of be the replacement for that. You know, it's like they started exhausting the weapons when they did the Generation 3 weapons, right? And then they were like, oh, okay, well then we got to do like a legendary armor because we don't have one for PvE. So then they did that, and it's like, okay, so now you've exhausted this, right? So now we have every game mode has their own legendary armor. So now they're going with like, oh, well, let's do another legendary weapon and a legendary back piece. But we do, because we have weapons that only have like, you know, we're using underwater weapons on land, so there's not that many legendaries for it. So that kind of still feels unique, you know? Going for fractal back piece instead, but I've already closed the fitting. I grabbed the underwater legendary spear because the precursor was cheap. Yeah, and I'm working on the Trident because I'm hoping that, you know, if the next expansion really kind of follows the trend of what has been happening, then it's probably going to be I'm hoping it's a Trident, and then I'll already have a legendary. But I probably won't go for the new legendary spear or Trident that they'll be adding with the next expansion. I probably won't be, because I already have a legendary Trident. I don't need another one. You know, underwater content doesn't happen like anymore, so I don't really need underwater equipment anyways, you know what I mean? So I don't know, I think people need to get on board with like, I feel like we need to pressure ArenaNet maybe a little bit into like, hey, give us something for the future. They've been so tight-lipped about everything that I feel like at this point, again, I understand that they need to make money, but I think it's at the point where it's detrimental to them, because people, the last thing they ever said about Guild Wars 2 was that is their main focus, which is obviously a lie, right? But they never went back on that. They never said anything past that point. So people are expecting really good stuff to come, and it hasn't been coming. And I think, you know, so I think ArenaNet really, it's to their benefit that they kind of have to give us at least some kind of hint of like, yes, Guild Wars 3, like at least confirm it. Like, yeah, hey, give us a concept art of it and say, it's in development. Like, do a little teaser, and at the very end say like Guild Wars 3 now in development or something, you know. I just something. Like, I don't think that if they put that up, that it would cut off so many like new players from playing. Like, people would still, I feel like it would kind of boost the people, because people are like, oh, Guild Wars 3, and you know, if you do like a story teaser where you kind of tease some of the stuff that, you know, some of the lore threads and story threads that we have in Guild Wars 2, maybe that'll entice people to want to play Guild Wars 2 rather than kind of abandon it because they're gonna be like, oh, it's a dead game now, Guild Wars 3, right? Like, I feel like if they're careful with it, and if they think about the way that they're doing it, maybe they can come up with a really interesting way of maybe boosting Guild Wars 2, you know? Because of Mali, Kukati, or whatnot, still think it'll be funny if we get a spear gun on land. I would hate that. I would quit Guild Wars 2 for a long time. For like at least a month. I'd be like, you know what? I'm done. Unless the story content is on point, I'm freaking done. I don't want the spear gun. Do side story in Guild Wars and it ties into Guild Wars 3. I mean, do something. You know, I really think they should do like a Guild Wars Beyond for Guild Wars 2 in some shape or form. It doesn't have to be a boxed release. It doesn't have to be anything like that. But if they do a Hall of Monuments and a Guild Wars 2 Beyond, I think people would be happy and people would jump on playing Guild Wars 2. It's a free-to-play game, right? Like, it's a free-to-play game. So there's nothing that people lose out by trying out the game. And then once they try out, many people are like, this game is actually really freaking cool. And then they buy it, right? Like, let the game sell itself, right? Don't worry about the news. Like, many new people that are playing the game, they don't know what's currently happening in the news anyways. Like, I think so many people kind of exaggerate when they say, oh, if they announce Guild Wars 3 now, no one's going to play Guild Wars 2 anymore. Everyone's going to abandon it. I'm like, you realize that, like, most people don't keep up with the news on a daily basis? like most people that play Guild Wars 2 just play it, and they don't necessarily like keep up with like all of the news that are happening all the time. They're not gonna be like, oh, Guild Wars 3 was announced, let's not play Guild Wars 2 anymore. That's not how that works. You know what I mean? It probably will, for a couple of years, will hype up Guild Wars 2. Like I said, they're gonna be like, man, okay, cool, Guild Wars 3 is coming, like, what do you guys think is gonna happen? Like, and it might spurn people to want to get back into the game just to get ready for Guild Wars 3. That's what it did for me for Guild Wars 2. When Guild Wars 2 was announced, so many people went back into Guild Wars 1. Like, you guys have no idea, you know, that, like, all the people that came back to Guild Wars 1 that had already left Guild Wars 1, come back because they were like, Guild Wars 2, oh my god, yeah, and, like, started playing again. Like, when Eye of the North came out, it saw a huge rise in players, you know? Part as well, get all of core tier season 1 stuff. It's easily purchased with gold if you take your time. And that's the thing, they could do Guild Wars Beyond on the core map, right? The Guild Wars 2 Beyond, they could do in the core maps. This could all be free content that they just release, like content updates, you know, where they do little storylines, where they maybe talk about where the characters are going, like, you know, Jenna has a son with Logan or whatever, right? And he becomes the new king or something. There's like a whole, like, you know, or the new prince, you know, he doesn't have to be obviously king, but, you know, he's the new prince, and maybe there's a storyline, you know, like some interesting things that they can kind of like develop these characters that you've introduced us to, and kind of finish their stories, or kind of like show us what they're up to, you know, the CORSAIR situation, and like the Pale Tree, and like the Sylvari, and like, you know, all of these things that we have, like, kind of show us where that goes. Like the Asura maybe going back underground now, and maybe like, you know, having a faction of like a different faction of Asura that are now these underground Asura, right? Where there's like maybe a split faction, right? Where like some of them are like, no, we're above ground and that's what we want to do, but have like a faction of Asura that goes underground. And then in Guild Wars 3, you have them like look visually different, right? Where maybe because they went underground again, they look like more like their Guild Wars 1 counterparts, where their eyes are like much darker and stuff like that, like they used to be. You know, in Guild Wars 1, like the models have kind of changed between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. Maybe have the Guild Wars 2 models kind of develop more as like above ground, and they become, you know, not like these like cave goblins, kind of is what they are in Guild Wars 1, you know, in a way. So bring back the full body Prince Mad King story for Halloween. I mean, maybe something like that too. Develop the festivals in a way where you could kind of change those festivals up or something. You know, I don't know. There's a lot of interesting things that they could do that don't spell like, you know, I think that announcing Guild Wars 3 right now would not be a bad idea. Like, I really don't, or at least give it, like I said, give us a teaser, like announce it. Just announce it. Just announce it so people will understand, hey, that is where our resources are going. Like, you don't have to give us a big blog post and explaining everything that's going on. If you just announced Guild Wars 3 and you said, hey, Guild Wars 3 now in development, people would be like, all right, that's where the resources are going. That's why the expansions aren't that great. And I think most people would be okay with that. I think people aren't mad because of the content sucking. It's because they don't understand, not that the content sucks, but, you know, a general consensus is that the content isn't as good as Season 3 and 4 and Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire and stuff, right? That's like the general consensus. So I think people aren't mad that, you know, the content isn't as good. It's because they don't understand why it's not good, right? Like, there's a difference between the two things. You know, it's like the content, like, why is the content so lackluster if that is your main focus? Because that is what you told us is going on, which we clearly know is a lie. Mind you, we clearly know that's a lie. You've been hiring for staff for other projects. Like, I don't know. So, you know, it's kind of interesting to think about that. And I think, like I said, ArenaNet could really benefit from giving us a little bit of insight on something. I think so. I think that's kind of where. But yeah. Anyways, been ranting for long enough now. I wanted to end like 22 minutes ago, but hey, whatever. You know, I had a good time. So, but yeah, I'm gonna head out now. I will be back tomorrow night. And like I said, I will probably be streaming Wednesday night, probably a later stream Wednesday night, and then go into like after midnight and do like maybe like a long stream until like late at night or something. Do like a late at night stream or something. Go until like 1 or 2 in the morning or something like that. We'll see. I don't really know. We'll see how that goes, but. Anyways, thank you, Mishking, for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jacob, for coming by. Thank you, Emily, for being here. And, of course, everyone that's in the background. I appreciate you guys. Like I said, I am working on some videos about repentance. There's a couple of theory videos that I'm working on for repentance. So get kind of ready for those. There's some wild theories that I have. The first video is going to be a little bit on the wilder side. The second one is going to be a little bit more tamed, but a little bit... also probably on the shorter side, yeah, so always fun having you, Mishking. Thank you so much. And yeah, like I said, kind of get ready for the summertime being maybe some other things other than Guild Wars or something, you know, as we get closer to that. So